Chapter 23:19. Hearing Yang Kai's question, a sliver of sadness flashed across Chai Hu's face, while Gui Zhu and the others also had looks of shame on their faces. Hey! Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if he had discovered something. Extending his hand towards Chai Hu, he said, "Excuse me." As he said that, he placed his hand on Chai Hu's wrist and released his source chi to investigate. After a while, he raised his head to look at Chai Hu. Has Senior Chai's cultivation dropped? He could sense the existence of source chi within Chai Hu's body. That was simply impossible. After all, with Chai Hu's third-order origin king cultivation, the energy within his body was still at the Saint Chi stage. Only after reaching the Dao source realm would it start to transform into source chi. However, that wasn't the case. There were indeed traces of source chi within Chai Hu's body. There was only one explanation for this: Chai Hu was once at the Dao source realm, and the energy within his body had transformed into source chi. However, for some unknown reason, his cultivation had dropped. Chai Hu gave a bitter laugh. Little brother's words are correct. Gui Zhu also gave a heavy sigh. Half a year ago, when we went out to train, we encountered a group of 11th order monster beast. We were outnumbered and had to flee. In order to stall for time, fourth brother stayed behind. In a moment of carelessness, he was seriously injured. Dantian was also injured, and after returning to recuperate for a period of time, he ended up like this. One of fourth brother's eyes was also destroyed in that battle. Kai Yu said with a look of self-blame, "If we had stayed behind, this might not have happened." Although Jiyu Kang Yun and Ari Ou didn't say anything, their faces were filled with guilt. Clearly, they were unable to let go of this matter. They felt that they had a huge responsibility for Chai Hu's misfortune. A drop in a cultivator's cultivation was definitely not a small matter, as once it fell, it was possible that one would never be able to raise it again. From then on, one's martial Dao would be stagnant. For a cultivator who pursued a higher realm, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Furthermore, it was a punishment worse than death. Seeing their desolate expressions, Chai Hu said, "Why are all of you showing such expressions? You're making it seem like I'm about to die. It's just a temporary drop in my cultivation, it's not like I won't be able to regain it." Although he had an optimistic look on his face, who didn't know how slim the chances of him regaining his cultivation was? For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Senior Yang, does the Dantian feel any pain when you use your power in the past 6 months?" Chai Hu was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked this, but he still answered honestly, "Occasionally. After all, my Dantian was indeed injured in the battle half a year ago. There should be some sequelae." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you circulate your strength, do you feel any blockages?" "Not bad. Sometimes, my meridians will swell and hurt, causing the circulation of my energy to become sluggish," Chai Hu said with some admiration. Yang Kai was one level higher than him. However, the fact that he was able to grasp his situation with just a simple inspection showed how powerful his divine sense was. Kai Yu's expression changed as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "Did you discover something?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and withdrew his hand, saying, "Senior Yang's condition may not be due to the Dantian's injury." "Then what is it?" Chai Hu immediately opened his eyes wide. Everyone else also looked curiously at Yang Kai, wanting to know exactly what he meant. "Senior Yang, can you lift up your clothes and let me see your lower abdomen?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but asked instead. Chai Hu nodded and raised his hand to lift up his clothes. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Kai Yu, saying, "Fifth sister, turn around." Kai Yu curled her lips in disdain, saying, "What's the big deal about taking a look? Don't be so hesitant." Chai Hu's face was covered in sweat as he said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other." Kai Yu's charming face turned stiff as she snorted, "Are you going to lift it up or not? If not, I'll take action." Okay. I'll do it myself." Chai Hu was truly afraid of her fiery temper. He knew that if he continued to dilly-dally, she would really take action. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and lifted up his clothes. In a split second, several pairs of eyes looked towards his abdomen. "Hey! What's this?" Kai suddenly cried out, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chai Hu's dantian. What? Chai Hu gawked and lowered his head to take a look. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he said in astonishment, what the hell is this? A few dark red stripes had appeared on his abdomen, crisscrossing with each other, seemingly concealing some profound mysteries. Clearly, these stripes weren't innate, but had appeared due to some unknown reason. You don't know about this, old five. Gui Zhu looked at Chai Hu in astonishment. Chai Hu shook his head, a blank look appearing on his face. Kai Yu immediately looked at him in disdain and said, how long has it been since you bathed? You don't even know what's on your body. No wonder your body smells so bad. Chai Hu gave an embarrassed smile and said, I'll take a shower in a while. Yang Kai said thoughtfully from the side, sure enough. Hearing his words, Rou immediately looked towards him and said excitedly, young boy, do you know something? Hurry up and tell us. Everyone else also looked towards Yang Kai with eager looks on their faces. Yang Kai said, Senior Chai's fall in cultivation shouldn't be caused by the Dantian's injuries. Then what's the cause? Everyone asked in unison. He's poisoned. Yang Kai replied. Chai Hu was stunned and said in astonishment, poisoned? How did I get poisoned? He had an ignorant look on his face. Clearly, he didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's words. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't come into contact with any poisonous creatures during this period of time, nor did he feel poisoned. Yang Kai said, was the monster beast you guys encountered a profound heavenly wolf spider? Everyone opened their eyes wide and cried out in surprise, how did you know? Yang Kai looked towards Chai Hu and said, Senior Chai, did you drink the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood? Chai Hu said, I bit one to death. Hearing his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Chai Hu in disbelief. Chai Hu said, there were quite a few of those damned creatures. I had no choice but to bite one to death. That's right. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood is poisonous. You can't ingest it. Shock appeared on Jiyu Kangyun's face as he said, Sect Master Yang, are you saying that the reason why Fourth Brother's cultivation fell was because he drank the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood? Yes. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood has the effect of suppressing one's cultivation. It can be used to refine pills. If it's combined with some herbs, it can be used to refine profound wolf pills. A single spirit pill is enough to cripple a Dao Source Realm cultivator's cultivation and destroy their foundation, making it impossible for them to cultivate ever again. As his words rang out, everyone's faces changed drastically as their faces turned pale. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Chai Hu's fate in the future would be, they didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Originally, they had assumed that Chai Hu had only fallen to the Third Order Origin King realm, and that he might be able to find a way to regain his cultivation. However, they never imagined that it would be so serious. If that was really the case, not only would it be impossible for Chai Hu to regain his cultivation, as time passed, his cultivation would continue to fall until it was completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Seeing their ugly expressions, Yang Kai said with a smile, that's just the effect of the profound wolf pill. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood alone isn't that powerful. Rou asked anxiously, is there a way to save him? Yang Kai turned his head and shot a look at Kai Yu. Why are you looking at me? Kai Yu asked with a confused look on her face. Yang Kai said, Senior Kai Yu's blood has a slight effect of suppressing the poison. Huh. Everyone became even more confused, as they didn't know the reason for that. On the other hand, Kai Yu's eyes lit up as she said, I understand. She was the monster king of the monster star, and was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, heavenly moon demon spider, with the bloodline of the heavenly moon demon spider remaining in her body. The profound heavenly wolf spider and the heavenly moon demon spider were the same species, but their grades were far from equal. The aura of the heavenly moon demon spider was enough to restrain the low-grade profound heavenly wolf spider. Saying so, Kai Yu didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Using her finger as a sword, she made a vicious cut on her wrist. In an instant, dark red blood flowed out from her white wrist. Handing her wrist over to Chai Hu, she said, Fourth brother, drink it. Chai Hu was dumbfounded by her actions, his face turning red as he asked, what are you doing? Caillou chuckled, "You're still shy? Don't be long-winded, hurry up and drink it." Saying so, she stuffed her wrist into Chai Hu's mouth without any explanation. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai, if you want to recover your cultivation, it's best that you don't refuse." Hearing that, a conflicted expression appeared on Chai Hu's face. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took the initiative to suck on her wrist. Yang Kai said, "Although Senior Caillou's blood has some suppressive properties, you'll still need a condensation pill if you want to completely remove the poison. I'll refine the pill. Before the pill is successfully refined, Senior Chai shouldn't use any strength. Otherwise, it might become even more troublesome." While Yang Kai was speaking, Chai Hu had already let go of Caillou's hand. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, little brother." Yang Kai grinned, "Senior is sworn brothers with my sect's elder, as well as my master and mother-in-law. That means that we're a family, so there's no need to be so polite." Mother-in-law and mother-in-law? A strange expression appeared on Chai Hu's face as he turned his head to look at Caillou, saying, "Fifth sister, you're married?" Caillou spat at him, saying, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Rou gave a cold snort, saying, "I'm the father-in-law of this little brat. This brat looks so repulsive. I don't know what kind of despicable methods he used to actually make so many girls fall for him. Even my precious daughter didn't manage to escape from his evil hands. This is really heartbreaking." Yang Kai flipped his hair, saying proudly, "Born beautiful." Caillou gave a cold snort, saying, "Now that you're in the star realm, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. You must have been quite the womanizer, right? Tell mother-in-law and master about how many innocent girls you've hooked up with in the past 2 years. Yang Kai had an embarrassed look on his face as he said, feeling wronged, "How is that possible? Ever since I came to the star realm, this brat has always kept himself clean and chaste." Caillou gave him a sidelong glance, saying in a cold voice, "That better be the case. If I find out that you've been flirting with any girl, this queen will first cut that girl into 1,000 pieces before chopping you into minced meat." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, saying, "That definitely won't happen." Chapter 23:20. Over the next half a day, Gui Zhu and the others inquired about what had happened to Yang Kai after he entered the star boundary. Yang Kai did not hide too much and told them everything he had experienced, causing Gui Zhu and the others to feel uneasy. Even though they knew that Yang Kai was able to overcome all kinds of dangers, they still could not help but feel worried for him. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai had experienced much more than them over the past few years, and had faced much more dangers. However, Yang Kai's growth was much faster than theirs, and he had walked further than them. This caused them to feel ashamed, as though they were heroes in their twilight years. Half a day later, the group dispersed and found their own rooms to rest and recuperate. Yang Kai went to look for Yi Jinghan and asked her to help him find a few herbs. Refining a condensed pill was not a difficult task, and Yang Kai just did not have the necessary materials on hand. If not, he would have been able to start refining on this ship. These herbs were not too difficult to find, so Yang Kai could naturally leave them to Yi Jinghan without any worries. She agreed to such a small matter without any hesitation and immediately sent a message back to the sect. The ship continued to move forward, and in just 2 days, they entered the hinterland of Thousand Leaves mountain range. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt the hull of the ship tremble. In the next moment, a humming sound rang out as the ship slowly came to a stop. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai realized that they had arrived. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a knock came from the door, followed by Yi Jinghan's voice, "Young Master Yang, we're here." Yang Kai got up and opened the door, sending a faint smile towards Yi Jinghan, gesturing for her to lead the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived on the deck. Gui Zhu and the others had already gathered with the Thousand Leaves sect disciples. It seemed that he was the only one missing. Seeing him come out, Gui Zhu and the others turned to look at him with faint smiles on their faces. "Father!" Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out, leaping down from the ship and flying into the arms of an old man. Hugging him tightly, she raised her head and asked, "Why did you come out?" The old man looked to be very old. He had a head of white hair, and although his vitality was still quite good, his vitality had clearly begun to weaken. In other words, he had already begun to decline on the martial Tao. As time passed, his cultivation would become lower and lower, and so would his vitality. If he could not break through to the Emperor realm, they would die in less than 10 years. Furthermore, the old man's features bore some resemblance to Yi Jinghan's. Yang Kai immediately understood that this old man was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, who was also Yi Jinghan's father. With a faint smile, Yi Hen gave a light pat on Yi Jinghan's shoulder and said, "I naturally have to come out and welcome an honored guest. But you're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games with your father. You'll become a joke to the honored guests." Yi Jinghan wrinkled her nose and said, "Who said I'm not young anymore? I'm not married yet." Yi Hen laughed. "I'll marry you off tomorrow." Yi Jinghan pouted, "You dare." While speaking, Du Xian and the others also flew down from the ship and came to the front of Yi Hen. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yi Hen nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." Du Xian replied, "You're too kind, Lord. It's our duty to work for the sect, we dare not claim credit for ourselves." Yi Hen nodded in satisfaction, before turning his gaze towards Yang Kai and the others. Shifting his gaze slightly, he fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. With a faint smile, he cupped his fists. "You should be Grandmaster Yang, right? You're indeed a dragon amongst men at such a young age." Clearly, he had already obtained quite a bit of information from Yi Jinghan, and knew why Yi Jinghan had brought Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect this time. Therefore, when he said those words, he was clearly excited. However, he suppressed it well, so no one could see it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Sect Master Yi." He had always treated the elderly and the elders with the proper respect, and would never look down on them just because of the increase in his strength. "Grandmaster Yang, you've spared no effort to come all the way here. This Yi can't thank you enough," Yi Hen said in a deep voice. Du Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this, not knowing what their sect master was thanking them for. All of them thought that Yi Hen had made a slip of the tongue, causing strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yi Jinghan did not tell them the true purpose of Yang Kai's visit, so they naturally did not understand. It wasn't that Yi Jinghan did not trust these people, but this matter concerned the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. "Sect Master Yi is too polite." Yang Kai greeted him, before his gaze shifted slightly towards the other old man beside Yi Hen, asking suspiciously, "This senior is?" This old man was dressed in black and had been standing beside Yi Hen without saying a single word. His gaze was sharp, and his cultivation was at the third order Dao source realm. He did not seem to be much weaker than Yi Hen, and the source qi in his body was vigorous and pure. While Yang Kai and Yi Hen were talking, this old man had been watching coldly without any intention of interrupting, nor did he have any intention of greeting Yang Kai. However, in Yang Kai's opinion, since this person had a cultivation at the third order Dao source realm and was standing beside Yi Hen, his status should not be low. Out of courtesy, he naturally had to ask. Yi Hen frowned slightly, but quickly introduced him with a smile. This old man is Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master, Shi Kangying." The black-robed old man interrupted Yi Hen's words as he stared gloomily at Yang Kai. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that this old man held some hostility and rejection towards him. Yang Kai could not help but carefully size up the other party, confirming that he had never seen this person before, nor had he had any dealings with him. For a moment, Yang Kai was puzzled, wondering how he had offended this old man. Yi Hen tried to smooth things over. "Vice Sect Master Shi is a pillar of our sect. It is thanks to his help that Thousand Leaves sect has been able to survive all these years. So it is Vice Sect Master Shi. Junior has been rude." Yang Kai did not mind too much and simply cupped his fists with a smile. However, Shi Kangying had no intention of giving him any face and simply snorted coldly, turning his head to look at Yi Hen. "Master, this old master thought that the person you personally came out to greet would be some outstanding young talent, but it seems that he is nothing more than that. How could a mere brat make you make such a big fuss over him? Sect master, you must have become muddle-headed." These words not only belittled Yang Kai, but also scolded Yi Hen as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became stifling. Although the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Yi Hen also wore an awkward expression. He obviously did not expect Shi Kangying to be so ignorant as to say such things in front of Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to step down. Shi Kangying continued, "What's more, these people just caused a ruckus in the City Lord's mansion 2 days ago. Not only did they offend City Lord Luo, they also offended many guests. This old master heard that even Sky Peak Temple's Master Ku was beaten to death by them, and even Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master Chiu was severely injured. If such vicious people were to enter our Thousand Leaves sect, what would happen?" Yi Hen frowned. "Brother Shi, it's not like what you said." "There are some reasons," Shi Kangying said. "This old master understands the whole story, so there is no need for sect master to explain. City Lord Luo only took in a concubine, so what crime did he commit to be humiliated in front of so many guests? Sect master, if you allow these people to enter the sect, you will be inviting a wolf into the house. When that time comes, Sky Crane City, Sky Peak Temple, and Sky Illumination Palace will definitely not let this matter rest. Our Thousand Leaves sect will be powerless to stop them." Yi Hen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he was also extremely apprehensive of these forces. Gui Zhu let out a strange cackle, looking incomparably sinister. Black chi swirled around his body as he stared at Shi Kangying with a pair of ghastly eyes. "From what this friend is saying, you're saying that we're the ones in the wrong? That Luo Jin wants to take my fifth sister as a concubine, so we have to obediently cooperate with him? Are we not ashamed but proud of it?" Shi Kangying looked at him coldly. "Strength is everything. Your cultivations are mediocre, so it's your fortune to be able to rely on a big tree like the City Lord's mansion. However, you don't know how to appreciate it and instead brought trouble to yourselves. How laughable. Old man, you're spouting nonsense." Kai Yu was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her teeth and scolded, "Why don't you marry your wife and daughter to that old dog and rely on a big tree like him? Why do you have to talk about others?" Shi Kangying became furious when he heard this, and the source qi in his body suddenly surged. Kai Yu, a cultivator of the First Order Dao Source realm, dared to speak to him in such a manner, so he naturally couldn't tolerate it and couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. However, before he could circulate his strength, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes filled with ridicule staring at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, Shi Kangying inexplicably shivered. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. Shi Kangying frowned, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he proudly said, "This old master is a master of the Third Order Dao Source realm, so I don't have to act according to Luo Jin's wishes. If you have such a cultivation, you can naturally act like this old master." At this moment, Yang Kai also understood why this Shi Kangying was so hostile and repulsive towards them even though they had only met for the first time. He was clearly afraid of drawing fire to himself. After all, he had just caused a huge ruckus in Sky Crane City's City Lord's mansion 2 days ago, offending many great forces and killing many people. Among those forces, there were a few that Thousand Leaves sect was extremely wary of, especially Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace, both of which had masters overseeing them. With Shi Kangying's personality, what he was truly afraid of was not that Yang Kai and the others would bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect, but that he himself would be implicated. As such, he had been very rude to Yang Kai and the others from the very beginning, wanting to immediately drive them away and prevent them from having anything to do with Thousand Leaves sect. Therefore, he didn't care about Yi Hen's presence at all, nor did he give any face to Yang Kai and the others. "Old sir's words make a lot of sense," Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. "Stinking brat." Kai Yu's pretty face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. She never thought that Yang Kai would not only not speak up for her, but also agree with that loathsome old man. This was something that she found hard to accept. Yang Kai winked at her and said with a smile, "Strength is king, and the strong are respected. Whoever has the biggest fist can speak. No matter the time or place, this is an unchanging truth, isn't it?" Shi Kangying sneered. Could it be that you're able to see things so clearly at such a young age? Good, very good. Chapter 23-21. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Everyone understands the logic, but there are only a few who can actually do it. Shi Kangying looked at him and said, "This old master sees that you're not bad. Since you're able to say those words, you're definitely a reasonable person. Since that's the case, this old master will speak frankly." At this point, his expression sank as he waved his hand. "Thousand Leaves sect does not welcome you. Everyone, return to where you came from." Vice Sect Master Shi Yihen could not help but shout coldly, his face filled with anger. Yang Kai was someone that Yi Jinghan had gone to great lengths to invite over to repair the transboundary space array. If he succeeded, Thousand Leaves sect would definitely be able to make a comeback and would no longer have to drag out an ignoble existence like before. This was a major event that concerned the future of the sect. If not for this, why would he personally come out to welcome Yang Kai and the others? However, he never expected that Shi Kangying would actually want to ruin this good thing, so how could he not be angry? Yi Jinghan's pretty face also sank as she looked at Shi Kangying and said, "Martial uncle, young Master Yang is a friend that I invited. Please be polite to them." Shi Kangying sneered, "This old master will naturally be polite to true friends, but this old master does not wish to see people who will bring disaster to the sect. Let them go." Yi Jinghan roared out, "Impossible. Martial uncle, quickly apologize to young Master Yang." "Impudent." Shi Kangying flew into a rage and glared at Yi Hen. "Sect master, master, is this the good daughter that you've taught? She has no respect for her seniors and even dares to shout at her martial uncle. What a scandal." Yi Hen said with a sullen face, "Jinghan has always been gentle and kind. If she is angry, she must have her reasons." You. Shi Kangying's beard trembled as he looked flustered and exasperated. It seems that this young master's appearance has caused some displeasure. I've caused some discordant voices to appear in your noble sect. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He smiled faintly. "Little brat, stop making sarcastic remarks," Shi Kangying shouted in a low voice as he looked at Yang Kai with a displeased expression. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Old mister, you're already so old. Don't get angry so easily. It's bad for your health. Stop crying crocodile tears. If you're really little Yi's friend, then you should think of her and leave Thousand Leaves sect as soon as possible." Shi Kangying seemed to have steeled his heart to drive Yang Kai away. He had no intention of concealing his thoughts at all, and every 3 sentences he spoke were all about the same thing. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I told you not to get angry. A few days ago, an old fellow called Ku Tian got angry in front of me, and then he died." As soon as these words came out, Shi Kangying's expression changed abruptly as he cautiously retreated a few steps and asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" Although Yang Kai's words were concise and did not contain any threat, Shi Kangying's hair still stood on end when he heard them. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Even Yi Hen's expression changed abruptly, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would make a move here. They had already received news that Yang Kai had killed many people in the City Lord's mansion, including Sky Peak Temple's Ku Tian. Originally, they did not dare to believe it, but now, they heard it from his own mouth. They had no choice but to believe it. Yang Kai sneered, "According to old Mister's previous philosophy, strength is the strongest. This young master is stronger than you, so you should know your place in front of this young master. If not, this young master doesn't mind letting you know the difference between us." Kai Yu immediately fanned the flames when she heard this. "Young boy is a big tree. Old man, do you want to lean on him? Don't miss this opportunity. It'll be too late for regrets in the future." Gui Zhu snickered, "If you have any granddaughters or daughters, you can also marry them to young Master Yang as concubines. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune." Rou and Kai Yu immediately glared at him and said in unison, "Big brother, do you still want someone to take care of you when you're old?" Gui Zhu's face was covered in cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, "Pretend I didn't say anything." Their words were full of sarcasm, causing Shi Kangying's old face to turn green and red. The source qi in his body surged and he looked like he was about to take action. However, when he thought about how even Ku Tian had died at Yang Kai's hands and how this young man's true strength could not be judged by his cultivation, he panicked and did not dare to act rashly. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. He could only grit his teeth and shout angrily at Yi Hen, "Sect Master, are you just going to watch these outsiders humiliate our sect's vice-sect master?" Yi Hen quickly said, "Brother Shi, if you're really thinking about the sect, then stop. Young Master Yang is a friend that Jing Han invited, so he is our sect's guest. Our sect does not treat our guests this way, you." Shi Kangying glared at Yi Hen angrily. Suppressing the boiling blood in his heart, he shouted, "Sect Master, since you treat this old master's good intentions as ill intent, then please take care of yourself." Saying so, he turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Shi Kangying had really left, Yi Jinghan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Kai apologetically, she said, "Young Master Yang." Just as she spoke, she suddenly paused as fear filled her eyes. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was staring at her coldly with an extremely unhappy look on his face. "Miss Yi, give this young master an explanation. If you can't satisfy this young master, then this young master will return home. Forgive me for not accompanying you," Yang Kai said coldly. He was also filled with annoyance. Originally, it was because of Yi Jinghan's persistent pestering that he had no choice but to make a trip to Thousand Leaves sect to help them repair the world crossing space array. However, he never expected that before he could even enter the sect, he would be put in his place by the other party's vice-sect master. Although he did not suffer any losses, nor did he lose any face, Yang Kai was still unhappy. If not for the fact that they had coincidentally found Kai Yu and the others on this trip, which could be considered as Yi Jinghan's contribution, Yang Kai would not have bothered to waste time with them. With Shi Kangying's attitude and tone just now, he would have already killed him. On the other side, Yi Jinghan and Yi Hen's faces changed drastically after hearing Yang Kai's words. Yi Jinghan said in a terrified voice, "Please calm down, young Master Yang. Martial uncle has always been at odds with father, that's why." Yi Hen patted Yi Jinghan's shoulder and interrupted her words. Looking at Yang Kai, he sighed, "This he can understand why young Master Yang is so angry. This he has not been a good host and has caused young Master Yang to feel wronged. This he apologizes to young Master Yang and everyone here. I hope that young Master Yang can give this sect another chance." As he spoke, he gave a deep bow, his attitude extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Feeling his sincerity, the anger in his heart subsided considerably. "There's no need for that, Senior Yi. I'm just curious as to why a mere vice-sect master dares to order a sect master around in such an arrogant manner." Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh, "A tiger that has lost its teeth. Is there anyone who would be afraid?" "Father." Yi Jinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out softly. Yi Hen smiled as he glanced at her. "Birth, aging, illness, and death is human nature. Why do you have to be like this?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "My Thousand Leaves sect started out with the art of puppetry and shook the southern territory in the past. However, my descendants are unfilial, causing our inheritance to decline and gradually weaken. This Yi is incompetent and has been unable to lead the sect to prosperity ever since I took charge of it. Vice-sect Master Shi and the others feel that we should abandon the art of puppetry and look for other secret arts and secret techniques. Only then will we be able to restore the prestige of our Thousand Leaves sect. However, the art of puppetry was passed down by the old ancestor, so how could this Yi dare to abandon it? If I were to do so, wouldn't I be unfilial and untrustworthy? I would be too ashamed to meet my ancestors in the afterlife." Kai Yu said thoughtfully, "Sect master and vice-sect master have different ideals. How will the sect develop?" Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh, "That's right. The current Thousand Leaves sect has already been divided into two factions. One is conservative, while the other is new. Although they aren't completely incompatible, there is still some friction between them. Coupled with the fact that you're already so old, is that why he didn't give you any face? In fact, he even wanted to suppress your prestige. Reo gradually understood the situation. I've made a fool of myself." Yi Hen's expression dimmed. Du Xian and the others stood to the side with ashen faces and tightly clenched fists. Clearly, they weren't in a good mood. Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and said, "Young Master Yang, what happened just now wasn't father's intention. Please don't be angry." Yi Hen said, "Although it wasn't this Yi's intention, this Yi is still the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so this Yi can't absolve himself from the blame. If young Master Yang really isn't willing to help my Thousand Leaves sect, this Yi won't force you. However, I really hope that young Master Yang can be magnanimous and give my sect another chance." Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "Although Vice Sect Master Shi is a little annoying, what he said just now is right. I've offended quite a few people. Is Sect Master Yi not afraid of drawing fire to yourself?" Yi Hen said, "Even without young Master Yang, our sect is still a nail in the eyes of those people. It's only a matter of time before our swords are pointed at each other. What's more, so many people saw young Master Yang and my daughter together in the City Lord's mansion. Even if young Master Yang leaves now, my Thousand Leaves sect won't be able to stay out of this matter." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Yi sees things more clearly than Vice Sect Master Shi." Yi Hen said, "If Vice Sect Master Shi thinks that you'll be fine by taking the initiative to withdraw, I can only say that is too naive." Yang Kai said, "What if even I can't do anything about this matter?" Yi Hen pondered for a moment before replying, "Time and fate. Let nature take its course and don't force anything. At the very least, when I meet my sect ancestors in the netherworld 100 years later, I can calmly tell them that this Yi has tried his best." "All right, then this young master will try his best," Yang Kai said with a nod. Yi Jinghan rejoiced upon hearing this and called out, "Young Master Yang, are you going to stay?" Yi Hen laughed heartily, "Silly girl, why are you still asking?" Saying so, he stepped aside and said, "Young Master Yang and everyone else, please." Yang Kai no longer acted as overbearing as before and said politely, "Please follow me, Sect Master Yi." Yi Hen hesitated for a moment before walking into Thousand Leaves sect with Yang Kai. Along the way, Gui Zhu and the others looked around curiously, their eyes flickering with shock. Although they had already been in the star boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had always been active in the vicinity of Sky Crane City. This was the first time they had entered a sect. Thousand Leaves sect might be in decline now, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory a long time ago. The heritage it had left behind was not something those small sects could compare with. The ancient and desolate buildings and the winding paths seemed to be able to pierce through space and time, connecting the past to the present, allowing one to experience the many wonders of the past. Chapter 23-22. Although Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a true top-level sect, it was still quite impressive thanks to the heritage it had left behind over tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai observed the scenery with great interest as he walked. However, Yang Kai could sense that the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was indeed not very dense. For such a precious place to not have the corresponding amount of world energy lingering around it, it meant that the earth veins in this place were not outstanding. Logically speaking, such a place should not be used as a place to establish a sect, but the ancestral founder of Thousand Leaves sect had chosen to establish a branch here, which was obviously because of the sealed world. Just like how when Zishan chose to establish Azure Sun Temple in the Azure Sun mountain range, the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror was a decisive factor. The mountain path was rugged, and the group flew through the air. Clouds and mist swirled around them, creating a beautiful scenery. Hey! That small mountain over there, it looks like a demonic beast. Kai Yu suddenly seemed to have discovered something as she pointed at a small mountain that was about 50 meters tall. The one next to it is also quite interesting. It looks like a person holding a sword. Jiyu Kang Yun's eyes burned as he looked towards the other mountain with great interest. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction and soon discovered that these two mountains weren't the only interesting ones. Within Thousand Leaves mountain range, there were at least a dozen small mountains that looked like living creatures. These small mountains weren't very tall, ranging from a few dozen meters to a few hundred meters tall. They were either standing or standing, making them look like living creatures that had been magnified countless times. Yang Kai also found them interesting and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, His expression soon changed and he released his divine sense, enveloping those strange small mountains. After a short while, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked in shock, "Sect Master Yi, these small mountains aren't as simple as they look, right?" Yi Hen smiled. Young Master Yang's eyes are truly sharp. To be able to see this Yi is impressed. "Is it really what I think it is?" Yang Kai's expression immediately turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded. "Yes, it is indeed what young Master Yang thinks it is." "Father, what are you talking about?" Yi Jinghan looked at her father blankly, not knowing what kind of riddle he was playing with Yang Kai. Kai Yu and the others were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel awe. She praised, "Your sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary figures. Originally, I thought that Miss Yi was exaggerating about the past glory of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it seems that there is no faucet at all." Yi Hen sighed. Although the foundation is still there, the inheritance has already declined. "This Yi is ashamed." Yi Jinghan said, "This isn't father's fault. If not for that generation's ancestor losing their inheritance, we wouldn't have ended up like this." "Impudent." Yi Hen glared at Yi Jinghan. "The actions of our ancestors are not something you can casually comment on." Yi Jinghan pouted, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. Seeing that Yi Hen wasn't in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, his impression of the Thousand Leaves sect had improved significantly. In 100 years, they might even be able to rise to the level of a top sect. Just those inconspicuous and strange little mountain peaks alone were enough to achieve such a feat. After a short while, the group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves mountain range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like the other sects, there were many magnificent pavilions at the top of this peak. It was obvious that this was an extremely important place for Thousand Leaves sect. At the top of this peak, there was an ancient hall that stood tall. The desolate aura of the flowing time Great Emperor rushed towards them. The group landed in front of the hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have received the news long ago and had been waiting here. When they saw Yi Hen, Yang Kai, and the others, they all bowed and paid their respects. However, Shi Kang Ying was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hen introduced Yang Kai to the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect one by one. After the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, Yi Hen led Kai Yang and the others into the main hall to hold a welcoming dinner for them. Outside the hall, there were two cultivators wearing black armor and holding long halberds standing on both sides. Not only that, but there were also some monster beasts of various shapes and sizes lying motionless on the ground. When Yang Kai and the others walked past these guards, they didn't move at all, not even blinking their eyes, nor did they show any intention of taking the initiative to salute them. This made Yang Kai feel a little strange. After taking a few more glances at these guards, he suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks, releasing his divine sense in surprise. Yi Hen also stopped when he saw this and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Sect Master Yang, what's wrong?" Jiyu Kangyun didn't know what Yang Kai had discovered and asked curiously. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment, before taking a deep breath and looking at Yi Hen, he asked, "Sect Master Yi, these guards are all puppets?" "What?" Kai Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the guards standing on both sides of the hall in disbelief and released their divine senses to investigate. After a short while, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it and only felt that these guards gave off a strange feeling, but after Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that these black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living creatures, but rather extremely lifelike puppets. They looked no different from real people, and even the skin exposed outside of their armor was that of a normal person's. Kai Yu and the others turned their heads and looked around. They discovered that the various demonic beasts on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This time, they were completely shocked. Yi Hen smiled. "These are one of the few Earth-grade puppets in our sect. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of young Master Yang and everyone." Although he said so, there was a proud look on his face. Obviously, he was quite proud of his sect's heritage. The other elders of Thousand Leaves sect also had proud expressions on their faces. Yang Kai raised his brow. "Puppets are also divided into grades." Yi Hen replied, "Of course. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these earth grade puppets." Caillou pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them and asked curiously, "How strong can they be?" Yi Hen replied solemnly, "The strongest can be in the 3rd order Dao Source realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st order Dao Source realm." A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yi Hen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Dao Source realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st order Dao Source realm could control a puppet from the 3rd order Dao Source realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Dao Source realm opponent. Gui Zhu said with a look of shock, "Your noble sect's Dao of puppets is so amazing, yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are." Yi Hen said sadly, "Our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now." The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. "Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse, this way please." Yi Hen quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yang Kai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yi Hen into the main hall. Although the cultivator in Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yang Kai and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yang Kai and Yi Hen sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Caillou and the others all went to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yang Kai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Hua Qing Sai turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation, why did you call me out?" Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Hua Qing Sai and Zhong Ruo she had been cultivating happily inside. This was especially true for Zhong Ruo Shi, whose strength was rising steadily and had already broken through to the Origin King realm, which really made Yang Kai have a whole new level of respect for her. After the mysterious bloodline power in her body awakened, it was as if Zhong Ruo she had become a completely different person. Although Hua Qing Sai had not broken through, her source qi had become much purer during this period of time, which could be considered as laying a good foundation for her breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Naturally, she was a little unhappy that Yang Kai had suddenly interrupted her cultivation. "How is Sister Hua's cultivation?" Yang Kai asked with interest. The stronger Hua Qing Sai was, the more help she would be to him, so naturally, he hoped that Hua Qing Sai could break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If that was the case, then it would be equivalent to having a hired thug from the Emperor realm by his side, and he could beat up whoever he wanted. Hua Qing Sai frowned and said, "I'm still a little bit away, just a little bit away. Maybe the opportunity hasn't come yet." Her tone was a little annoyed. After all, Yang Kai had given her a precious extraordinary treasure pill, so it would be unreasonable if she still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23-23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He could also see Hua Qing Sai's eagerness. How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel. Hua Qing Sai sighed and waved her hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Where is this place, and why did you call me out? This is Thousand Leaves Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect? Hua Qing Sai raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking, are you talking about the Thousand Leaves Sect famous for their puppet techniques? Does Sister Hua know about this sect? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qing Sai replied, although Thousand Leaves Sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory, so how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while, but unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now, they can't even control the puppets left in the sect. That's true. Yang Kai immediately understood that Hua Qing Sai knew a lot about Thousand Leaves Sect. Why did you come to Thousand Leaves Sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques? Hua Qing Sai asked curiously. I was asked by someone to help you with something. Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Hua Qing Sai was surprised. Thousand Leaves Sect actually has an independent sealed world. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves Sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance. I'll do my best, Yang Kai shrugged. Hua Qing Sai suddenly smiled slyly. She said, Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look? That's not very good. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at her. After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it? Hua Qing Sai curled her lips and said, you make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now. Yang Kai grinned and said, let me try. Hua Qing Sai said, that's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves Sect's puppets are divided into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves Sect can only control puppets below the Profound grade. The method to control puppets above the Earth grade has long been lost. That's right. On this main peak, there are more than 30 Earth-level puppets, but Yi Hen and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of Heaven-level puppets. Yang Kai's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qing Sai pursed her lips and smiled. Then, do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the heaven-grade puppets? Yang Kai's eyes widened and he said in shock, spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qing Sai nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, so they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hua Qing Sai said solemnly, each of Thousand Leaves Sect's heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor realm. If it's a peak heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor realm master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As for the spirit-grade puppets, they seem to have gained sentience. They can think independently and have their own consciousness. They can also cultivate various secret arts and secret techniques. They can constantly improve their strength, just like that big rock of yours. What she was referring to was naturally the embodiment. Yang Kai was shocked and he stared at Hua Qing Sai in shock. The reason why puppets were called puppets was because they had no consciousness and could only act under someone's command. If they could think independently and have their own consciousness, they could even improve their strength through cultivation. How could they still be called puppets? That was clearly a right that only living beings had. Hua Qing Sai chuckled, I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I read in the ancient books. It's just that although Thousand Leaves sect was famous for their puppet techniques back then, they didn't have many spirit-grade puppets, and no one knows where these spirit-grade puppets went. Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. Puppets gaining sentience sounded a little unbelievable at first, but it wasn't completely impossible upon careful consideration. This world was vast and filled with countless strange things. Even Liu Yang was an artifact spirit, so why couldn't puppets gain sentience? It was just that too many opportunities were required to achieve this. By the way, why did you call me out? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to cultivate. Hua Qing-sai couldn't help but ask after seeing Yang Kai in a daze for a long time. Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, "Sister Hua, don't go back for now. I need you to help me with something." "What is it?" "I found a few old friends on my way to Thousand Leaves sect, but the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect doesn't seem to have a good impression of us. I'm afraid that if I'm not here, that old man will do something to them. He needed to repair Thousand Leaves sect space array, and if he had the chance, he wanted to enter the sealed world to take a look and see if he could find any opportunities. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Kai Yu and the others at all times. Kai Yu and the others were only in the first-order Dao Source realm, while Shi Kangying was in the third-order Dao Source realm, so the difference between their cultivations wasn't small. If Shi Kangying secretly attacked them while he was away, Kai Yu and the others definitely wouldn't be able to resist. The reason he called Hua Qing-sai out was to protect Kai Yu and the others in secret. After explaining his thoughts to Hua Qing-sai, she immediately agreed, "That's not a problem. Young Master Yang, you should just mind your own business. It's just a third-order Dao Source realm. If he really wants to seek his own death, I don't mind sending him on his way." As she spoke, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She was obviously annoyed that her cultivation had been delayed because of Shi Kangying. Although Hua Qing-sai and Shi Kangying's cultivations were the same, their backgrounds were different. Shi Kangying was only the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could his secret arts and secret techniques be compared to Hua Qing-sai's from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them really fought to the death, Shi Kangying had no chance of winning. "Then I'll have to trouble elder sister Hua," Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qing-sai glared at Yang Kai and said faintly, "Ever since I handed the soul brand to you, elder sister Hua has already accepted her fate. I only hope that you can treat elder sister Hua better in the future. Elder sister Hua will be content as long as you don't scold or beat me." Speaking of which, she even reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes, looking like she was going to follow her husband wherever he went. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead. "Elder sister Hua, you must not speak to me like that in front of that Yarrow race woman. Otherwise, I'll be dead for sure." Hua Qing-sai's face was filled with resentment as she pursed her red lips. "Young Master Yang, you already have elder sister Hua and Liu Yang, but you're still not satisfied? You actually want to provoke other women? What part of us sisters can't compare to them?" Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he said in embarrassment, "Stop playing around, or else I'll cut you." Hua Qing-sai giggled and with a twist of her body, she scuttled to the door and turned around. "Since young Master Yang is so afraid of that Yarrow race woman, it seems that she has something on you. What are you going to do?" Yang Kai turned pale with fright. "Don't tell me you're going to look for her." Hua Qing-sai replied, "Don't worry, I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here, I'm going to find a room to meditate." Saying so, she opened the door and with a nimble slide, disappeared. Yang Kai's face was filled with apprehension as he released his divine sense. After confirming that Hua Qing-sai had really just found a room to cultivate, he finally relaxed. The next day, Yi Jinghan came to look for Yang Kai, but contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Yi Jinghan did not mention anything about repairing the space array and instead brought over some herbs. These herbs were the ones Yang Kai had previously instructed her to find and refine for Chai Hu's antidote. Although these herbs weren't too hard to find, they weren't easy to find either. Yang Kai never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would be able to gather them for him in just a single day. Since he had already gathered all the herbs, Yang Kai naturally planned to refine the common condensation pill for the antidote before anything else. After thanking Yi Jinghan and sending her off, Yang Kai immediately opened his furnace and started refining. In less than half a day, he had successfully refined a furnace of common condensation pills. Kai Yu and the others rushed over after hearing the news from Chai Hu's room, all of them nervously looking at him. At this moment, Chai Hu was holding a jade bottle in his hand, with 6 rolling spirit pills within it. Sitting on the ground, he looked somewhat absent-minded as he held onto the jade bottle. Yang Kai, are these the common condensation pills you mentioned? Kai Yu turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said with a serious look on his face, Senior Chai can take one now. Please help him refine its medicinal efficacies. After 3 days, he can take another one. After half a month, the monster poison will be neutralized. Hearing this, Chai Hu's body shook. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, after neutralizing the monster poison, my cultivation, you'll still be a third-order origin king. Yang Kai gave a faint smile. Hearing his words, Chai Hu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, while the hearts of the others also turned heavy. All of them believed that Chai Hu would remain at this level for the rest of his life, without the slightest possibility of improving. Yang Kai continued, however, as long as you continue to cultivate, you'll quickly recover. Chai Hu's eyes abruptly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Young Master Yang means to say, that I can still recover to my previous state? Yang Kai replied, naturally. Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the monster poison. It hasn't been that long, so your foundation hasn't been damaged. As long as you continue to cultivate diligently, you'll definitely recover. Gui Zhu asked nervously, are you sure, Sect Master? With a smile, Yang Kai replied, why would I joke about such a matter? That's great. Kai Yu instantly relaxed, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If Chai Hu's cultivation really stopped progressing, everyone, including her, would definitely feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. After all, Chai Hu had only stayed behind to defend against the danger for the sake of buying time for them. However, now that Yang Kai had said that Chai Hu's cultivation wouldn't be hindered in the future, they were naturally happy. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Kai Yu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. 1,000 Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Shikang stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while, he spoke, you're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall? The disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Vice Sect Master, that is indeed the case. Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days? No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there. Have you managed to find out why they're here? Shikang asked again. The disciple replied, this disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However, what? However, I've heard that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster. This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy. Alchemy. A glint flashed across Shikang eyes as he nodded lightly, that's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much, to the point of disregarding this old master's face? The disciple asked, is it possible that little brat surnamed Yang still has extraordinary treasure pills on him? He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Shikang entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third-order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third-order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Shi Kangying himself. Thinking about it, Shi Kangying's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. Vice Sect Master, there is another matter. The disciple spoke up again after seeing Shi Kangying remain silent for a long time. What is it? Shi Kangying asked. I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect. Shi Kangying's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, "Is this news true?" The disciple replied, "It's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details. Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately." Shi Kangying said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. It was said that Sky Illumination Palace's palace master, Qiu Ziyi, had been trying to break through to the Emperor realm for the past few years, but he had never been able to do so. If he was allowed to ascend to the Emperor realm, the division of forces within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be reshuffled, and all sects would have to depend on Sky Illumination Palace for their survival. Hearing that these two sects were going to harm Thousand Leaves sect, Shi Kangying immediately panicked. After the disciple left, he continued to pace anxiously in his room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Yi Hen, oh Yi Hen, you've really gone senile. Since you're willing to lead a wolf into the house and refuse to listen to this old master's advice, then don't blame this old master for ignoring our many years of friendship. This old master also needs to plan for the future of Thousand Leaves sect. The foundation of our ancestors cannot be destroyed by your hands. Otherwise, how will we face our sect ancestors in the underworld?" As he spoke, he seemed to have made up his mind and his eyes became resolute. After a short while, with a slight movement of his divine sense, he summoned a few of his trusted disciples and secretly gave them some instructions. These disciples quickly left after receiving their orders. On the third day after Yang Kai and the others moved into Thousand Leaves sect, Chai Hu's situation had improved significantly. After taking the condensed pill, although the monster poison in his body had not been completely removed, it was no longer constantly corroding his dantian and meridians. As long as he continued to take the condensed pill according to Yang Kai's instructions, the poison in his body would be completely removed in half a month's time. Chai Hu was naturally extremely grateful to Yang Kai. On the other hand, Kai Yu and the others did not say anything. Everyone had come from the same star territory, so they had long been inseparable from each other. Chai Hu was their sworn brother, which made him Yang Kai's senior, so it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand. Yang Kai was also very happy that Kai Yu and the others were able to befriend Chai Hu in the star boundary. According to what they had told him, if not for Chai Hu's constant help during the past 2 years, their lives in the star boundary would definitely not have been so smooth. For the sake of rescuing Kai Yu, Chai Hu had not hesitated to put himself in danger. Despite knowing that the chances of success were not high, he had still snuck into the city lord's mansion without any hesitation, without the slightest bit of apprehension about the various dangers he would encounter. Facts had also proven that if not for Yang Kai's coincidental presence, Chai Hu would definitely have died without a burial place. He was clearly a person who placed great importance on relationships. There was no need to have too many of such friends and brothers in one's life. One was enough. Yang Kai was truly happy for Kai Yu and the others. On the third day, while Yang Kai was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang. Come in and talk." Yang Kai invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down, before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Yang Kai gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Yang Kai said, "Please lead the way, Miss Yi." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to?" Yang Kai replied, "What other matters do you have? I've come here for that sealed world. Could it be that Thousand Leaves sect hasn't finished their preparations?" "No, no, no." Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. "Thousand Leaves sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you. Please follow me, young Master Yang." As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain, "There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang, I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction." So it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor realm would be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. After a short while, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of her, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan hurriedly said with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yang, please follow me closely. Don't take a single wrong step, or you'll trigger the killing array in this mountain valley." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded his head. Yi Jinghan took a step forward, and her entire body seemed to melt into the wall of air, quickly disappearing from sight. Yang Kai followed her and took a step forward. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes changed. This place was still a mountain valley, but it was different from the beautiful scenery he had seen before. This place was extremely desolate, with not even a single blade of grass growing. It was a completely barren land. Yi Jinghan stood in front of him and waited quietly. Seeing Yang Kai enter the array, she nodded her head lightly towards him, before leading the way in front with light steps. Clearly, she had entered this place countless times, so she knew the safe routes in this array like the back of her hand. Step by step, she walked forward in an extremely orderly and efficient manner. Originally, she was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to keep up, so she had slowed down her pace. However, after walking forward for a while, she discovered that Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely relaxed state. Immediately, she knew that her worries were unnecessary, causing her speed to increase by quite a bit. Yang Kai continued to follow closely behind Yi Jinghan, not leaving her by even a single step, like a shadow following her. The two of them walked for an entire incense stick's worth of time within the illusion array, before the area before them suddenly opened up, revealing a gigantic platform. This platform was clearly man-made, as there were traces of carvings on it. However, it gave off an ancient aura, clearly having been passed down for a long time. At this very moment, the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was standing beside this platform, with a lonely and ashamed expression on his face. Hearing a sound, Yi Hen turned his head and looked over. Seeing that his daughter had brought Yang Kai here, he hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang." Chapter 23-25. Sect Master Yi. After returning the greeting, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the gigantic platform in front of him. His eyes stared intently at the platform as he carefully observed it, his eyes overflowing with light. "Young Master Yang." Just as Yi Jinghan was about to say something, Yi Hen suddenly raised his hand and stopped her, before gesturing for her to remain silent. Yi Jinghan also knew that she was being a little too abrupt. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she stood beside her father and waited anxiously. In front of the platform, the trio remained silent for a long time. Yi Hen and his daughter had been paying attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression, while Yang Kai's attention was completely focused on the platform in front of him. The platform in front of him was clearly a gigantic array base. Yang Kai did not have much understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. The only spirit array he was proficient in was space arrays, and that was all thanks to Yang Inflammation. Back then, in order to set up space arrays in the territory of Shadowed Star and even the Homeward Star, he had put in a lot of effort. Yang Inflammation had even imparted the method of setting up space arrays to him. Therefore, Yang Kai's understanding of space arrays was extremely thorough. Using his divine sense, he immediately sensed that there were countless mysterious array diagrams engraved on the platform, all of which were connected to one another, forming a hub that connected the star boundary and the sealed world. Those array diagrams were incomparably mysterious. Although there were many differences between them and the ones Yang Kai had grasped, Yang Kai only needed to study them for a short while to understand them thoroughly. Not only that, he had also comprehended some other things from those array diagrams, causing him to fall into deep thought. The knowledge of spirit arrays imparted to him by Yang Inflammation was undoubtedly the best of the best, and was definitely superior to the array base platform in front of him. However, he could use the stones of other mountains to polish jade. The array diagrams engraved on the array base platform still allowed Yang Kai to gain some insights. Half a day later. Only then did Yang Kai take a deep breath and retract his divine sense, his eyes shining brightly. "Young Master Yang." Seeing that he had finally regained his senses, Yi Jinghan called out nervously. Yi Hen also asked nervously, "Young Master Yang, did you find anything?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Your noble sect's ancestors are really talented. The person who arranged this spirit array is definitely an array grandmaster. Let's put it this way, the array base here is completely fine, it's just that its energy has been depleted. It only needs to be replenished with some energy and it will be able to operate again." Hearing this, Yi Hen's eyes lit up as he whispered, "Young Master Yang, are you sure?" After a short pause, he awkwardly said, "It's not that this Yi doesn't trust Young Master Yang, but this matter concerns my Thousand Leaves sect." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "I understand. Sect Master Yi doesn't need to explain, but I can tell you with certainty that there is no damage to the array foundation here. Furthermore, even if it's damaged, as long as I have the materials, I can refine another one." Yi Hen's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's attainments in the space divine technique. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had some understanding of the Tao of space. With his age, his cultivation definitely wouldn't be too deep. However, after hearing his words, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space could be counted on one's fingers in the entire star boundary. If not for this, he definitely wouldn't have been able to refine an array base platform with such confidence. Yi Jinghan asked, "If there is no problem with the array base here, why is the entrance to the sealed world closed? Yang Kai replied, space arrays are bidirectional. Just because there is no problem with one side doesn't mean that there is no problem with the other side. It might be that the array base on the other side is damaged, which is why it can't be used. The other side. Yi Hen furrowed his brows and said in shock, Young Master Yang means to say that the array base in the sealed world is damaged? That's about it. What should we do? Yi Jinghan's face turned pale. If the array base on the other side is damaged, we won't be able to teleport to the other side at all. Even if we have the means to repair it, we won't be able to use it. Yi Hen looked towards Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, do you have any ideas? Yang Kai grinned and said, for an ordinary person, if the array base on the other side is damaged, they will naturally be unable to teleport. However, if one possesses the Tao of space, it is not impossible to follow the connection between the two array bases and open a passage to the other side. Therefore, I should be able to give it a try. He didn't speak too confidently. Even if he had 80% confidence, before the matter was over, giving too much hope would only make it easier for him to be disappointed. He had always been a cautious person. Hearing this, Yi Hen couldn't help but become excited, cupping his fists and saying, if young Master Yang is truly able to repair this array, you will be the benefactor of my Thousand Leaves sect. If young Master Yang has any orders in the future, my Thousand Leaves sect will definitely obey, even if it costs us our lives. Yang Kai replied indifferently, Sect Master Yi is too serious. It's just that. I won't be able to do it even if I give it a try, but it might take some time. My friends are still in Thousand Leaves sect, so I will have to trouble Sect Master Yi to take care of them. Of course, Yi Hen nodded. As if he knew what Yang Kai was worried about, he immediately said, this Yi will definitely take good care of them. If they are harmed in the slightest, young Master Yang can hold me accountable. That's good, Yang Kai nodded, then continued, does Sect Master Yi have a map of the sealed world? If I really am teleported there, I might need to repair the array base on the other side, so I will need to find some materials inside the sealed world. Yang Kai still had some materials to arrange space arrays, all of which were leftovers from the territory of Homeworld Star. Although they weren't of high quality, they would definitely be able to repair the array base. When he was studying the array diagrams on the array base, he had also memorized them all. The reason why he said this was naturally because Yang Kai was also very interested in the sealed world. This sealed world was Thousand Leaves sect's absolute secret, and only a few people in each generation knew about it. There should be some good stuff inside such a sealed world, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Furthermore, Yi Jinghan had mentioned before that there was a place called the Emperor Heaven Valley in this sealed world, an excellent place to comprehend the Heavenly Ways Emperor intent. If a Tao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend it, it would greatly benefit them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. How could Yang Kai miss out on such a good place? Looking for materials was just an excuse. Yi Hen was obviously well aware of this, but he didn't refuse in the slightest. Instead, he straightforwardly took out a yellowed animal skin map and handed it to Yang Kai. Even if young Master Yang didn't ask, this he was prepared to give this map to you. Yang Kai took it and gave it a quick glance. He knew that this map was genuine, so he immediately kept it in his space ring. I'll leave everything to you, young Master Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fists solemnly. Yi Jinghan also said from the side, young Master Yang, be careful. It'll naturally be good if you succeed, but if not, there's no need to force it. Yang Kai replied, I'll do my best. Saying so, his figure flickered, and he appeared on the platform of the array base, before sitting down in a cross-legged position. In the next instant, space principles suddenly surged out, lingering around his body. In an instant, the space in a radius of 100 feet suddenly collapsed, as tiny pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, swimming around him like fish. The faces of Yi Hen and his daughter changed drastically as they sensed the danger brought about by the spatial cracks. They quickly retreated, looking ahead in shock and uncertainty. This is space principles. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes widened as she cried out in shock, trying to sense exactly what was going on with space principles. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to sense anything. She could only feel that the principles lingering around Yang Kai were incomparably mysterious, something that she couldn't comprehend at all. Yi Hen sighed. A cultivator who has grasped the Tao of space is publicly acknowledged as the most difficult cultivator to deal with within the star's territory. I never thought that young Master Yang's grasp of space principles would have reached such a level. In the future, you might be able to achieve a grand Tao through space principles. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled as she looked at her father in disbelief. She never thought that her master would give Yang Kai such a high evaluation. However, after thinking about it again, before meeting Yang Kai, when had she ever seen such an outstanding Tao Source Realm cultivator? She was also in the Tao Source Realm, so she naturally knew how strong a Tao Source Realm cultivator should be. However, Yang Kai's strength was far from what she could estimate. Ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivators were as weak and laughable as babies in front of him. Even those from the third order Tao Source Realm weren't Yang Kai's match, and were easily crushed by him. It was rumored that every single one of those Master Realm cultivators were astonishingly talented when they were young. Wasn't Yang Kai one of them? Perhaps, in the future, he might really achieve what her master had said, and achieve a grand Tao that would shake the entire star's territory. Thinking up to this point, Yi Jinghan couldn't help but tremble in excitement. She was able to get to know Yang Kai when he was young, and had the opportunity to witness the growth and rise of a master. Even though her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't that close, she still felt proud. *1. Just as Yi Jinghan's thoughts were running wild, a strange sound suddenly rang out from the void. After the sound rang out, Yi Jinghan's beautiful face instantly turned pale, as she discovered that the space around her had completely frozen in an instant. It was as if she was wrapped in a block of ice. Not only was it difficult for her to breathe, even the circulation of the source qi in her body had started to become intermittent. Turning her head to look, Yi Jinghan discovered that her father seemed to be in the same situation, with a difficult expression on his face as he resisted the suppression of the Tao of space. Just as her mind was in a state of panic, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression on his face, he extended his hands into the void before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, the two hands strangely disappeared, as if they had been isolated into another space. Yang Kai put on an extremely difficult expression as he spread his hands apart, while letting out a loud roar. Kai 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 Kai. Following Yang Kai's actions, a jet-black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and panic spread out from the crack, as if it could even devour one's vision. A void crack. Yi Hen cried out in alarm, his gaze fixed on the jet-black crack as he felt incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack, and he could clearly sense how dangerous it was, causing him to stare blankly at it. Under Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the crack continued to expand, quickly turning into a passageway large enough for one person to pass through. The passageway was filled with chaos and nothingness, seemingly extending to the end of the world. Chapter 23-26. This is the Void Corridor. Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and exclaimed softly. Although she had used space arrays to travel between two places and knew that there were void corridors connecting space arrays, she had never seen one with her own eyes. This was her first time seeing one. Although Yi Hen was also extremely shocked, he stared at the void corridor without blinking, seemingly trying to comprehend something from it. There weren't many opportunities to see a void corridor, especially one that had been opened by someone, leaving obvious traces. If he could really gain something from it, he would definitely benefit immensely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to grasp the traces of Space Force, causing him to feel extremely vexed. As for Yang Kai, he had already stood up. With a flash, he entered the void corridor. At the same time his figure disappeared, the void corridor seemed to have lost its support and closed up in an instant. Yi Hen and his daughter had worried looks on their faces. They did not know if Yang Kai's trip would be smooth, or if he would get lost in the void corridor and never find his way back. Within the void corridor, Yang Kai walked forward leisurely. The surrounding void turbulence rushed towards him, but was pulled aside by a mysterious force from his body, causing him to be completely unharmed. Yang Kai was no longer the ignorant person he used to be in terms of Space Force. The space force had already penetrated deep into his bones. Therefore, the mere void turbulence could not hinder him at all. At this moment, the only thing that made it difficult for him was how to find the exit of the sealed world. Although there were two array bases that were connected, the one in the sealed world had been damaged for countless years. Yang Kai could only vaguely grasp the connection coming from the other side. However, he was not completely sure. In this void corridor, he could only follow the direction of the weak connection and move forward quickly. Fortunately, as time passed, the subtle connection became clearer and clearer, allowing Yang Kai to be certain that he was not going in the wrong direction. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped at a certain place and released his divine sense to investigate. After releasing his divine sense, he muttered to himself, "It should be here." Saying so, Yang Kai used his space force again and slowly stretched out his hands towards the turbulent void in front of him. Wherever his hands passed, ripples spread out and the turbulent void was smoothed out like a crumpled piece of paper. As Yang Kai opened his hands, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that his senses were right. He increased his strength. After a short while, Yang Kai once again tore open a crack in the tunnel. From the inside of the crack, Yang Kai vaguely saw some unique scenery. He was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He directly jumped out of the crack. There was a slight feeling of weightlessness. Kai Yang quickly stabilized his body, and when his vision was restored, he found that he had arrived in another world. The world energy here was extremely rich, no worse than his own sealed world bead. The stagnant world energy even showed signs of turning into mist, a breathtaking sight. With such rich world energy, the vegetation here was also growing extremely well, with dense grasses. The place he was standing on just happened to be an array base platform. This array base platform was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai saw in the Thousand Leaves sect's illusion array mountain valley. It was obvious that they were all made by the same person, and they were the other part of the formation base platform that was connected to each other. However, probably because it had not been used for many years, this array base platform was covered in grass, making it look a little damaged. Upon seeing this array base platform, Yang Kai knew that he had not found the wrong place. This should be the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world, the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity back then, as well as the reason why Thousand Leaves sect had declined. Yang Kai waved his hand and a scorching power spread out, instantly burning the grass to ashes and revealing the complete platform. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, wanting to know what was wrong with this array base platform that caused the two places to be unable to connect. Soon, he discovered something and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although things were similar to what he had expected, there were still some discrepancies. There was indeed a problem with this array base platform, but it was not a natural problem, but a man-made one. Yang Kai discovered that there was a sword mark on one of the array diagrams that ran through the entire platform. It was the destruction of these diagrams that caused this array base platform to become defective and unusable. How could this be? Yang Kai could not help but feel a little suspicious. According to Yi Jinghan, the reason why Thousand Leaves sect had gradually declined was because the entrance to the sealed world had suddenly closed. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves sect would not have declined so thoroughly. The key point was that when the entrance to the sealed world closed, the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master was still inside. That generation's sect master had brought in most of the sect's secret arts and secret techniques, causing Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance to be severed, causing it to gradually decline. Now, Thousand Leaves sect could not even control those Earth-grade puppets and could only let them be exposed to the elements on the square in front of the main hall. He had originally thought that all of this was just a coincidence and had lamented the bad luck of that generation's Thousand Leaves sect's sect master. It just so happened that the entrance to the sealed world had closed when he entered. However, he never imagined that the truth of the matter would be very different from what he had guessed. The array base platform here had been destroyed by someone, and judging from the strength and smoothness of the sword mark, the person who destroyed the array base was undoubtedly very clear-headed at that time. He had not wantonly destroyed the array base platform and had only cut a crack in it, causing the connection between the two arrays to be severed. Combined with Yi Jinghan's words, This sword mark was undoubtedly made by the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. He was not trapped here because the array base was suddenly damaged, but because he wanted to stay here. In order not to be disturbed, he did not hesitate to destroy this world-crossing space array. What was he doing here with so many Thousand Leaves Sect's secret arts and secret techniques? Could it be that he wanted to comprehend some secret technique and did not want to be disturbed? A blank look appeared on Yang Kai's face. If that was the case, then it did make sense. The sword mark on the array base was not deep, and was just enough to obstruct the transfer between the two arrays. If one had the right materials, a slightly stronger person should be able to repair it. The sect master of that generation of Thousand Leaves sect was at least a cultivator from the Emperor realm, possibly even a third-order Emperor realm master. Since he had damaged the array base, he should not have to worry about being unable to repair it. However, what kind of secret technique did he want to cultivate that he had to come to this place? Yang Kai could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He was not in a hurry to repair the crack in the array base. Instead, he took out the map Yi Hen had given him and gave it a quick look. This map was not complicated, as this sealed world was not big, only about the size of his sealed world bead. However, the world energy here was extremely outstanding, clearly indicating the existence of an excellent earth vein. If he could repair the array base of the two arrays, he would be able to connect Thousand Leaves Sect and this sealed world bead. At that time, the world energy here would also be available to Thousand Leaves Sect, greatly improving the cultivation environment of Thousand Leaves Sect's disciple. The map was clearly marked, so Yang Kai quickly found the location of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After a short while, he put away the map, summoned his wooden boat, and flew in that direction. Along the way, Yang Kai was unable to contain his joy, stopping from time to fly down. That was because there were many precious herbs in this sealed world. No one had set foot in this sealed world of Thousand Leaves Sect for tens of thousands of years, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Naturally, it was an excellent place for spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow. Many precious spirit grasses grew in large patches, giving off a rich medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai did not need to specifically search for them to find them, as he only needed to fly down and collect them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here were all very old. The herbs Yang Kai collected were at least a few thousand years old, and there were even some that were more than 10,000 years old. Every single one of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had rich medicinal properties, making them the best ingredients for alchemy. Yang Kai was extremely happy to collect them. Yi Hen probably did not expect that there would be so many precious herbs in her own sealed world. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely entered together with Yang Kai and definitely would not have let him off so easily. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the financial resources of Thousand Leaves Sect. Along the way, all the herbs were collected by Yang Kai. This was only the tip of the iceberg of this sealed world. If he explored the entire place, Yang Kai estimated that he would no longer need to worry about alchemy materials in the future. In just 2 days, the medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to collect some of the cheaper herbs and store them in his space ring for safekeeping. Thousand Leaves Sect was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but they did not have access to them. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak just by relying on these herbs. Even if they could not compare to the top sects in the Southern Territory, at the very least, there were many masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so they would not be bullied by a few second-rate forces. Thousand Leaves Sect's biggest weakness now was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, which was also the biggest dilemma faced by most second-rate forces in the star boundary. After all, there were not many people in the Emperor realm. After another day, a huge mountain valley suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The scenery in this mountain valley was beautiful, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already smell the fragrance of many herbs. After comparing the mountain valley with the Emperor Heaven Valley on the map, a look of joy appeared on Yang Kai's face. Knowing that he had found the place, he immediately increased his speed. After a short while, Yang Kai landed and stood at a certain spot in the middle of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After carefully sensing the surroundings for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. "You lied to me? How can there be any emperor intent here?" The reason why he had agreed to come to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the Transworld space array was because this Emperor Heaven Valley was somewhat attractive to him. He wanted to lay the foundation for his future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. After all, Yi Jinghan had said that this Emperor Heaven Valley was filled with Emperor pressure and Emperor intent, making it the best place to comprehend the Heavenly Way and martial Tao. It was also the most important place in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Yang Kai had originally planned to enter seclusion here for a while to comprehend the Heavenly Way, but when he arrived, he discovered that there was no Emperor intent here other than the rich medicinal fragrance. Chapter 23-27. This Emperor Heaven Valley did not live up to its name and was of no use to Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yi Jinghan to lie to him. This was something that Yang Kai was confident of. Ever since he met Yi Jinghan, she had always been extremely careful and respectful towards him. How could she lie to him about such a matter? The only explanation was that the Emperor Heaven Valley did indeed possess Emperor intent, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the sea had changed into mulberry fields. Anything could happen. Yang Kai stood in place and felt vexed for a while. However, when he recalled that he had collected so many spirit grasses and spirit medicines, it was not a complete waste. On the contrary, he had gained quite a lot, so he no longer felt conflicted. This valley was filled with a strange fragrance, clearly showing that there were quite a few spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Since he had already arrived at this place, Yang Kai did not plan to give up and started to search within the valley. Not long after, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. After he collected a dark red fruit from a fruit tree that was half the height of a person, he was about to stuff it into his space ring. All of a sudden, he seemed to have discovered something and released his divine sense to investigate the fruit. After a while, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He recognized this fruit. It was a Tao Source grade high-rank spirit fruit, the vermilion bird fruit, the main ingredient for refining the vein cleansing pill. After consuming it, it could help cleanse the meridians of a cultivator, causing their cultivation to become purer. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key point was that Yang Kai could clearly detect a trace of principal strength from the vermilion bird fruit. No matter how high the grade of a Tao Source grade spirit fruit was, it was impossible for it to give birth to principal strength. This made him extremely shocked. After a while, he sensed it carefully. Yang Kai discovered that the principal strength nurtured within the vermilion bird fruit had already taken shape. There was a faint feeling of Emperor intent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai raised his brow and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Could it be?" As though he had thought of something, he hurriedly took out the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he had collected from his space ring and carefully examined them. After a stick of incense worth of time, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face as he understood what was going on. This was the Emperor Heaven Valley. A long time ago, there was indeed a rich emperor's will, which could allow the cultivator to comprehend and cultivate within, laying the foundation for advancing to the emperor realm. However, this emperor intent had been completely absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the past tens of thousands of years. Now, the emperor intent had completely merged with the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, and could no longer be separated. Almost all of the spirit herbs he had collected in this mountain valley contained emperor intent like the vermilion bird fruit. On the contrary, some of the medicinal herbs he had collected before coming here did not have such characteristics. It was clear at a glance. After understanding this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. He had never even heard of a spirit grass or spirit medicine that contained emperor intent, let alone seeing such a thing. If they were refined into elixirs, there would definitely be remnants of the emperor's will in the elixir, which would then be consumed by the cultivator. It would definitely allow the cultivator to clearly comprehend the rule power within. This method. It was much more effective than comprehending the emperor intent in the Emperor Heaven Valley. This was because the comprehension in the Emperor Heaven Valley was only external comprehension. However, if one consumed an elixir that contained emperor intent, they would comprehend it from within the body. Every piece of flesh, Every inch of meridians would be involved. It would obviously allow the cultivator to comprehend it more clearly. Only a special place like the Emperor Heaven Valley could produce such unique spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Yang Kai could imagine that once the elixir refined from these herbs entered the astral boundary, it would definitely cause the cultivator in the third-order Tao Source realm to break their heads. The medicinal effects and effects of the elixir itself were already secondary. For those who were stuck at the peak of the third-order Tao Source realm. For the cultivator who had been unable to advance, the Emperor intent and rule power contained within were the most important. He was overjoyed and secretly felt that his greatest gain from this trip might be the herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any hesitation, he immediately began a thorough search. He decided not to let any of the spirit herbs go. As long as they were mature, he had to collect them all. The valley wasn't big. However, no one had cared about it for tens of thousands of years. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual influence of heaven and earth, many spirit herbs were nurtured. Yang Kai searched inch by inch. After busying himself for an entire day, he finally finished searching the entire valley. All the spirit herbs were kept by him. In order to distinguish them from the ones that he had collected previously, Yang Kai purposely placed these spirit herbs in a separate place. He was prepared to refine them into elixirs as soon as possible after this trip. The Emperor intent contained within. Now that the spirit herbs had been collected, Yang Kai was worried that the Emperor intent would gradually dissipate if he didn't refine them as soon as possible. Sister Hua should be very interested in those elixirs. With the help of those elixirs, her progress in advancing to the Emperor realm would definitely be much faster. One day later, Yang Kai stood in front of a cave with a grave expression. Previously, when he was searching for spirit herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this cave. However, he didn't have the time to carefully explore it. Only after all the spirit herbs had been collected did he have the time to investigate it. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that it had been artificially modified. However, the person who had modified it was very skilled. Coupled with the fact that it had been here for a long time, it wasn't easy to notice. He didn't know if it had been modified by the thousand-leaf sect's disciples who came here to cultivate tens of thousands of years ago, but in any case, Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this cave. He instinctively felt that there was something incredible hidden in this cave. However, on his way here, he hadn't even seen a single monster beast, so he wasn't too worried. This sealed world wasn't very big. Since it was a place where Thousand Leaves sect's disciples cultivated tens of thousands of years ago, there shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers here. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before walking into the cave. The cave was dimly lit. The walls of the cave were originally inlaid with strange stones used for illumination, but after so many years, those stones had lost their effectiveness. The air wasn't turbid, and it was even very dry. Yang Kai hadn't walked for long when his nose suddenly twitched a few times. He smelled a strange smell coming from the front. This smell was unpleasant and even a little stinky, like the smell of a dead fish. This caused him to furrow his brow. Logically speaking, with the world qi in this sealed world being so dense, all living things should be growing well, so it was impossible for such a stinky smell to appear. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. In that instant, his vision blurred and his footsteps became a little weak. He couldn't help but stagger. Poison. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly pushed his source qi to protect himself. At the same time, he hurriedly took out a fruit from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This fruit was an emperor-grade spirit pill and was extremely valuable. It was also something he had collected in this sealed world. However, at this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less. He was very interested in this cave, so if he wanted to explore it further, he could only eat this spirit fruit to resist the poison. After swallowing the spirit fruit and circulating his source qi, Yang Kai felt much better and continued forward. The further in he went, the more obvious the stench became. Not only that, but the poison in the air also seemed to become more and more intense. Yang Kai felt that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He didn't know what kind of poison this was, but even he was powerless to resist it. If this poison was already so strong, Wouldn't he die if he came into contact with the source of the poison? As such, he secretly decided that if he didn't find anything after a while, he would immediately retreat. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ray of light not far in front of him. This caused his expression to brighten and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After a short while, he suddenly arrived at an even larger cave. Inside this cave, a strange shining stone was embedded in the cave wall. Even after so many years, it still exuded a bright light, illuminating everything in this cave. Yang Kai's gaze swept around and soon fixed on a certain spot, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He found a shriveled corpse sitting on the spot. It was obvious that this corpse had been dead for many years. There was not the slightest bit of vitality in its body. Even its flesh was withered beyond recognition. It was only skin and bones. Its eyes were sunken, and its hair was messy and lusterless, like withered grass. However, the clothes he was wearing were somewhat familiar. Yang Kai looked at him for a while and immediately remembered that Yi Hen's clothes were somewhat similar to his. This caused him to raise his brow as he suddenly understood the identity of this dead person in front of him. This guy was obviously the last Thousand Leaves sect's sect master to enter the sealed world. It was him who had brought the countless secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect into this place, causing the inheritance of Thousand Leaves sect to be severed. It was definitely him who had destroyed the array base platform of this sealed world, causing the entrance to close. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered this sealed world to repair the array base platform, so discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect's sect master from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior." He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Yang Kai didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect Senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Dao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Yang Kai didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him, it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in this space ring? If Yang Kai's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. Chapter 23-28. Yang Kai was quite interested in the many secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. After all, they were all related to the Tao of puppetry, a part of the territory that he had never come into contact with before. Now that these secret arts and secret techniques were in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally tempted. However, he also secretly made up his mind that he would only study them for a while before returning them to Yi Hen. He had no intention of taking them for himself. Thinking so, Yang Kai held his breath and reached out to grab the ring on the corpse's finger. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he tapped his foot and floated backwards, putting some distance between him and the corpse. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he saw a scene that made his soul fly out of his body. The spirit array under the corpses but suddenly hummed and bloomed with a dazzling light, as if it had been activated for some unknown reason. Immediately after, circles of runes appeared on the surface of the corpse's body, outlining a mysterious spirit array. The dried-up corpse's surface suddenly glowed with a metallic luster. Hong. The spirit array inexplicably activated and a series of crackling sounds rang out from the corpse's body. A pair of eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years suddenly opened. The pair of eyes glowed with a dark green color, like two flickering will-o'-the-wisps, causing one to feel intimidated just by looking at them. The powerful aura of the Emperor realm suddenly spread out from the corpse and hit Yang Kai like a tangible object. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel extremely stifled. He knew that the situation was bad. The corpse in front of him, which had been dead for who knows how many years, had most likely developed its own sentience. It had become a corpse spirit. Back on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had encountered this type of monster. At that time, the Corpse Spirit Clan had appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. Countless cultivator were infected by corpse poison and transformed into one of them. In the end, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and killed this disaster. But at that time, the most powerful Corpse Spirit Clan member was only a 1,000-year corpse general. Their cultivation was only at the origin returning realm, which was completely incomparable to this corpse spirit. The one in front of him was a true 10,000 years corpse king. Moreover, it was the 10,000-year-old undead king of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's will that enveloped him was definitely not fake. Thinking so, Yang Kai's entire body was soaked in sweat. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, he didn't dare hesitate, space principles swirling around his body as he tried to escape from the cave. In an instant, his figure blurred. However, before he could escape from the cave, the corpse king that had been sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely sharp and ruthless howl. It was unknown what kind of strange power was contained in that howl, but it rushed out in all directions and transformed into an invisible cage that suppressed this part of the world. Yang Kai's body stiffened. The blurry figure reappeared. His expression changed drastically. Knowing that his space divine technique had been easily broken by the other party, how could he dare to be careless? In a hurry, he could only rush out. The corpse king's ghostly eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at him. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green aura. Corpse poison. Yang Kai cried out in shock, finally understanding what the stench he had smelled when he entered the cave was. That stench was obviously the corpse king's corpse poison. Only a trace of it had diffused from its body, but just a trace was enough to cause him to show signs of being poisoned and dizzy. If he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, he was afraid he would immediately die. Trembling in fear, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe, fully urging his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body as he retreated like an arrow released from a bow. He was fast, but the corpse poison was not slow in the slightest, following closely behind him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with him and slammed into his protective source chi. With a series of crackling sounds, the source chi on the surface of Yang Kai's body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, melting a large hole in it. It was completely unable to resist. The corpse poison followed the gap in his defense and entangled him. How could it have such a powerful corrosive power? Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. At this critical moment, his eyes widened as he stretched out his hand, pushing his space force to the limit as he shouted, "Exile." Under the effect of principle, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing all the corpse poison. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed out of the cave and returned to the mountain valley. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, a beast-like roar came from the cave. The violent and cruel aura belonging to the corpse king quickly approached, and the inside of the cave also shook, and the gravel pattered down. What kind of enmity is this? Yang Kai wore a bitter expression, knowing that he had made a fool of himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the cave to take a look and ended up provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight as Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the corpse king. The only thing he could do now was to escape to the array base platform of this sealed world as soon as possible, repair it, and then teleport out. But repairing it would take time. No matter how deep his attainments in the Tao of space were, he still needed to smelt some materials to repair the sword mark. This time would be enough for the corpse king to kill him 100 times over. This was a corpse king transformed from the corpse of a third-order emperor realm master. In the end, Kai Yang didn't know how strong he was. Hong, with a loud bang, the corpse king's figure rushed out of the cave, the spirit array on its body constantly circulating, exuding a strange light. As soon as it appeared in front of Yang Kai, its pair of fangs exuding a cold light as it ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this simple punch, but it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only summon his myriad sword and pour his source chi into it as he shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." This sword was the most powerful defensive sword of the myriad sword. Yang Kai had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtain spread out, leaving behind after-images, forming a solid barrier in front of Yang Kai. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Yang Kai. Hong, the corpse king's fist smashed down, and the sword curtain that Yang Kai had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Yang Kai feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Dao Source realm cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. "I'll die." This inexplicable thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Yang Kai landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Yang Kai knew that this corpse king was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that after the corpse king sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Yang Kai was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see, so he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the corpse king and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Yang Kai also paid close attention to the corpse king's movements. He found that after the corpse king left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Yang Kai also noticed something strange, that was, this 10,000-year corpse king didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Yang Kai puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years, so why couldn't this corpse king who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the array diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet." Although Yang Kai hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Ordinary puppets were naturally refined using various precious treasures and special techniques. The puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, as well as the ones Yang Kai encountered in the Flowing Time Temple, were all of this type. However, There was another type of puppet that wasn't refined using precious treasures, but rather the body of a cultivator. A powerful cultivator's body was the best material for refining puppets. Their compact body structure, powerful cultivation, and willpower before death were not things that could be replaced by simple precious treasures. There were some evil cultivators who were extremely keen on refining the corpses of powerhouses into puppets and controlling these puppets to kill enemies for them. Moreover, after being refined into puppets, these cultivators could still retain a large portion of their cultivation and divine abilities from when they were alive, allowing them to display extremely powerful combat strength. Chapter 23-29. This kind of evil cultivator had a strong fondness for digging up the graves of masters, because every master's corpse could be used as a source of strength in their hands. It was also because of this that this kind of cultivator was hated by everyone, no matter where they went. The technique of refining corpse puppets was definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques, an existence that was not allowed to be touched. But even so, this kind of situation was unavoidable. No matter when and where, there would always be people who were willing to risk universal condemnation and go against the law. Yang Kai never imagined that a sect like Thousand Leaves sect would actually have someone who dabbled in the technique of refining corpse puppets. The fact that the corpse king in front of him had no consciousness was one thing, but more importantly, the spirit array patterns on the surface of its body, coupled with its obviously metallic body, made it obvious that this person had been refined into a corpse puppet. Furthermore, it was a corpse puppet of the Emperor Realm's level. Who could actually refine such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without any consciousness? Yang Kai was extremely shocked in his heart. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. According to Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered this sealed world by himself. After that, the entrance to the sealed world had been closed. In other words, there was no one else other than the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation who had entered this place over the past tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai also did not find any traces of the existence of a second person. What's more, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so who had the ability to refine him into a corpse puppet? Could it be that he had refined himself into a corpse puppet? Thinking of this, Kai Yang suddenly jumped in fright. If that was really the case, it could only mean that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation's attainments in the Tao of puppetry were unparalleled. Furthermore, he had an unswerving determination and willpower that surpassed ordinary people. After all, just the thought of refining himself into a corpse puppet was horrifying. How much unbearable pain must he have endured during the entire process? But for some unknown reason, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation seemed to have failed, causing him to fall here, and his corpse gradually became like the one in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was only Yang Kai's conjecture. But he felt that it was not far from the truth. Just as his mind was racing, the struggling zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, its ghastly eyes bursting with cold light. Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and was about to kill him. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, the corpse puppet had already appeared in front of him in a flash. Once again, it swung its terrifying fist at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits, even though this corpse puppet had no intelligence. His fighting style was very monotonous, and there were no changes. He only knew how to hit people with his fists. However, as the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. With just one punch from him, Yang Kai was already unable to resist. That fist intent was ferocious. It was a perfect example of the strength of the Emperor Realm. The vortex of energy was almost visible to the naked eye, as if it wanted to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. The golden dragon shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed into his body. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai's 2 arms suddenly transformed into dragon claws. His exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. Not only that, But his spine also suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Pure dragon aura spread out, and his spine was like a huge dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. Young Kai had displayed his dragon transformation secret technique to the extreme. He had refined the dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon bead, 3 secret artifacts of the dragon body. Coupled with his incomparably powerful physique, his strength rose sharply. But this was not the end. At the same time as he displayed his dragon transformation, Young Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. In an instant, a 5-colored light bloomed around his body as the power of the 5 elements surged out. His hands crossed in front of him as he assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to attack. In front of his opponent's powerful strength, Kai Yang felt like he was a small boat in a storm, swaying unsteadily. The violent winds and waves could capsize him at any time. Hong. The corpse puppet's fist smashed down, causing Young Kai to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as a cracking sound rang out from his arms. Both of his dragon claws were broken and twisted beyond recognition. At the same time, his body was sent flying by a powerful force, making his already unhealed injuries even worse. This was the result of him activating his dragon transformation secret technique to defend himself. If he had been caught off guard, Young Kai estimated that he would have been reduced to dust in an instant. He thoroughly experienced the strength of this corpse puppet in front of him. Flying in the air, Young Kai endured the piercing pain, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Come out." As soon as his words fell, a huge figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a rumbling sound, shaking the earth. The embodiment appeared. As soon as he appeared, before he could figure out where he was and what danger Young Kai had encountered, his whole body stiffened. He could feel the violent aura emanating from the corpse puppet, which was so powerful that it almost made him lose his will to fight. However, every time he appeared, it was when Young Kai was facing a strong enemy, so he recovered from the shock in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Young Kai, who was flying through the air, in the palm of his hand. Cough cough. Young Kai knelt on the palm of the embodiment, constantly coughing up blood, his face pale. Master. Liu Yang also appeared with the embodiment. At first sight of Young Kai's miserable appearance, her beautiful face turned pale and she immediately came to Young Kai's side and helped him up with concern. What the hell is this? The embodiment's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the source of the corpse puppet, who was as small as an ant but whom he didn't dare to underestimate. His voice trembled slightly. Corpse puppet. Young Kai stood up and explained, a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet. What? The embodiment and Liu Yang both paled, their souls fluctuating violently. After a long while, the embodiment said bitterly, "How did you provoke this monster?" "It's a long story." Young Kai's mouth twitched as he shook his wrist. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, his dislocated wrist was reconnected. Looking down, the flesh on his wrist was torn apart, and the white bones could be clearly seen. It was obvious how much damage the corpse puppet's punch had caused him. Fortunately, he had the dragon transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and with the help of his strong physique and golden blood, such injuries were not enough to affect him. "It's coming!" the embodiment suddenly shouted. As he spoke, the corpse puppet leaped up from where he stood, rushed in front of the embodiment, and threw a punch at him. The difference between the corpse puppet and the embodiment was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was as insignificant as a blade of grass in front of a big tree. But the punch made the embodiment take it seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. At this critical moment, he also threw a punch forward. The huge fist collided with the small figure, producing an earth-shattering sound. The force of the explosion swept out and created a violent wind. The body of the embodiment flew back like a mountain. It danced in the air for a while, looking very clumsy. After taking a direct hit from the embodiment, the corpse puppet was obviously not unscathed. It crashed into the mountain wall behind it at a speed faster than the embodiment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a short while, there was a loud bang and a human-shaped hole was smashed into the mountain wall. The corpse puppet was embedded in it. With the corpse puppet as the center, countless cracks like a spider web appeared around the mountain wall, and gravel fell down. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe his eyes. He was well aware of just how powerful the Avatar was. The Avatar was born by fusing with an entire floating continent. Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still possessed the power of a world and its own essence. In other words, every blow of the embodiment was the power of a world. With his current strength, he could easily kill the Emperor Realm if he were hit head-on. But the corpse puppet didn't suffer much damage after taking a blow and was only knocked into the mountain wall. How tough was the corpse puppet's body? Not only that, his blow actually sent the embodiment flying. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. Liu Yang. Yang Kai shouted. Liu Yang already knew what to do without his instructions. Her delicate body swayed and turned into the form of a firebird. She spread her wings and pounced in front of the corpse puppet. After a crisp cry, she opened her mouth and spat out raging flames toward the corpse puppet. Liu Yang's flames were extremely complicated. There was her own earth core fire, heavenly thunder fire, blue ice fire, real sun fire, and many other strange flames. There was also the Holy Spirit Luan Feng's world-extinguishing black flame mixed in. Her flames were extremely dangerous. With a single mouthful, the mountain wall melted, turning into red magma. Steam rose from it as it slid downwards. The embodiment's world force punch couldn't do anything to the corpse puppet, but Liu Yang's flames seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it. Soon, a series of low growls and roars came from the raging flames, as if it was in great pain. Immediately afterward, an angry roar rang out, and a dark green light emerged from the flames, pushing forward against the flames. Yang Kai was shocked. He found that the corpse puppet was spitting out corpse poison, which was on par with Liu Yang's flames. Not only that, it seemed to be even stronger. For a moment, the green corpse poison and the red flames collided in mid-air and were in a stalemate. But Yang Kai knew that this was just a temporary illusion. Once the corpse puppet broke free, Liu Yang would be no match for it. Although she followed him and had many adventures, she was still too weak. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet had lost its consciousness, it wasn't something she could deal with. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that this corpse puppet had lost its mind. Otherwise, with its cultivation and the divine technique it had mastered before its death, even if the three of them attacked it together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Chapter 2330. No. Yang Kai suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. A real corpse puppet should have some divine technique or secret technique from when it was alive, but Yang Kai hadn't seen the corpse puppet in front of him use any powerful techniques. All of its attacks were straightforward, and it only used its fists to attack. If it was forced into a corner, it would only spit out corpse poison. It didn't seem to have the powerful characteristics of a corpse puppet. This corpse puppet is flawed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. In other words, this corpse puppet was only a half-finished product, a failed product that hadn't been refined to its peak. Thinking about it, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, even if they were a third-order Emperor Realm master, the pain and torture they would have to endure while refining themselves into a corpse puppet would be unbearable. The slightest mistake would result in the failure of the refinement. Yang Kai guessed that the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master back then hadn't perfected the refinement process, resulting in him becoming a failed product. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirits rose. If it was a real third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet, he wouldn't have any chance of winning, but if it was just a failed product, a flawed one, then he might have a chance of winning. All he needed to do was find the corpse puppet's weakness and attack it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "You guys pin him down and buy me some time." After saying this, Yang Kai immediately activated his demon eye of annihilation and carefully observed the corpse puppet. A golden light blossomed from his left eye, as if it could see through the surface of an object, into its depths, and into its structure. Although Liu Yang and the embodiment didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they were able to glean some information from his tone. At that moment, Liu Yang spared no effort in urging his special flame to burn the corpse puppet. It was in a stalemate with the corpse poison he spat out. The embodiment, who had been sent flying, turned around again. This time, he didn't dare to rush towards the corpse puppet. Instead, he clenched his hand downwards, and in an instant, the principles of earth spread out. The soil under his feet seemed to have turned into a liquid, slowly flowing and rotating. It was pulled up by him. In the blink of an eye, a towering earth spear appeared in his hand. Although the earth spear was purely made of the soil here, it was not inferior to a Tao source-grade artifact due to the world principles entwined around it. The embodiment held the earth spear and threw it forward with all his might. Boom, a vacuum visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and it hit the corpse puppet directly. Accompanied by the dull sound of metal colliding, sparks flew from the corpse puppet's body. But this kind of attack. Surprisingly, it only left a small dent on the corpse puppet's body. It didn't penetrate him completely. So hard. The embodiment turned pale with fright. He knew how powerful his attack was. It was definitely a move that could severely injure the Emperor realm, but it didn't do anything to Shigui. It showed how tough Shigui's body was. This corpse puppet's physical body was even better than an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. If even such an attack couldn't hurt him, how were they going to fight this battle? The Avatar could not help but have a headache. It seemed that the attack had ignited the Sha puppet's anger. When the earth spear smashed into his body and disintegrated, the corpse puppet let out a furious roar and spat out even more corpse poison. The stalemate between the corpse puppet and Liu Yang was broken in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark green corpse poison was suppressing Liu Yang at an extremely fast speed. Liu Yang's flames were unable to resist at all. Seeing this, the embodiment's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and reached out to the void. In the next moment, a huge battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. A thick and dark evil aura lingered on it, as if it could arouse the evil and negative emotions in the deepest part of one's heart. It made one shudder. The demonic battle axe. This was the ancient great demon's demon Tao battle weapon. It was filled with dense demon chi and had already developed its own sentience. After being dragged into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, it had been placed under the care of the embodiment. At some point, the embodiment had actually refined it. However, it seemed that the embodiment had not fully refined it yet. As soon as the demonic battle axe appeared, the embodiment's two eyes trembled violently and turned blood red. They were full of cruelty and violence. Obviously, he was affected by the ancient demonic chi. The dark aura wrapped around the embodiment's thick arm like a living creature and continued to spread to other parts of his body, gradually turning him black. With the battle axe in hand, the embodiment's aura suddenly swelled. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the ancient great demon, standing proudly and looking down on the world. The world energy in the entire sealed world hummed and vibrated, and the world laws became chaotic. This turn of events left Kai Yang dumbfounded. He had no idea when the embodiment began to refine the battle axe. However, looking at the embodiment's appearance, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once the demonic chi completely turned the embodiment black, the embodiment would become a puppet controlled by the battle axe. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not dare to be distracted and focused more on observing the corpse puppet's weakness. On the other side, the embodiment had raised the battle axe high and aimed it at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It struggled and roared on the mountain wall, trying to escape. Before it could do anything, the embodiment had already chopped down with the axe. The axe was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, this axe seemed to have traveled from ancient times, shattering space and time, causing the world to change color and the universe to become chaotic. The huge axe shadow chopped straight at the corpse puppet. Hong long long. The mountain wall was directly split apart, and a huge crack that was like a heavenly chasm appeared. Everywhere the axe shadow passed, a violent power raged, and the earth was plowed open. Gullies crisscrossed, and the space was in chaos. Liu Yang had already escaped far away, but the chaotic and powerful vortex of power behind her was still pulling her in, as if it was going to swallow her. In a hurry, Liu Yang had to transform into her human form again and shake her delicate body to get out. After this blow, the embodiment's towering momentum suddenly withered, and it stood on the spot, on the verge of collapse. It could be seen that this blow had consumed an incomparable amount of his strength. Not only that, the black chi wrapped around its arms suddenly spread to its body at an extremely fast speed. I miscalculated. The embodiment did not expect that using the demonic battle axe would consume so much of his strength. If he had known this, he would not have used the demonic weapon at this time. The price of underestimating the demonic battle axe was that the ancient demonic chi would take advantage of it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of the embodiment. Looking at each other, there was no need for communication. They knew what each other was thinking. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and put the embodiment and the battle axe into the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden. At this moment, the embodiment needed to use the golden and silver sealing power of the Kang tree to suppress the demonic chi. There was no other way. Liu Yang's delicate body shook and came to Yang Kai's side. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance and she said worriedly, "Master." Without the support of the embodiment, she was unable to restrain the powerful corpse puppet alone, so she could not help but feel a little worried. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, I have found its weakness." Hearing this, Liu Yang relaxed a little. In front of them, in the huge gully, the corpse puppet fell on its back. Although the shocking blow drained the embodiment's strength, the corpse puppet naturally could not be left unscathed after paying such a huge price. After he stood up with difficulty, Liu Yang found a huge wound on the corpse puppet's body. The wound directly extended from the shoulder blade down to the thigh. The flesh and blood of the wound were overturned and the corpse poison was spreading. There was no blood, but the white bones inside could be seen. And in a certain position, there seemed to be an extremely dense spirit array, flashing with a bright light. Liu Yang immediately understood that this was the center of all the spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body. If this place could be destroyed, the corpse puppet would no longer be able to move. Previously, because of the corpse puppet's strong body, she could not see the situation inside its body, but the embodiment's blow directly exposed this weakness. It could be said that the embodiment's blow was the greatest. Step back a little. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already rushed straight towards the corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet seemed to be seriously injured, Yang Kai still did not dare to be careless. The corpse puppet was a lifeless puppet, so no matter how serious its injury was, as long as its weakness was not destroyed, it would not affect its combat strength. If Yang Kai made a slight mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Halfway through, his hand moved slightly, and a light blue bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared between his two fingers. The bead looked unremarkable, but there was a thin, hair-like electric arc pulsating slightly inside it. Annihilation Thunder Bead. One of the two Emperor artifacts left behind by Yang Yang. Since coming to the star boundary, Yang Kai had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Firstly, it was because he did not dare to casually expose it, and secondly, it was because there were no strong enemies that required him to use this Emperor artifact. But the corpse puppet was definitely qualified. So, he was prepared to directly use this trump card to cripple the corpse puppet. Along the way, Yang Kai waited solemnly, but the corpse puppet seemed to have been stunned by the embodiment's blow and was unable to get up for a long time. By the time he sat up shakily, Yang Kai had already arrived at a suitable place and did not hesitate to pour his source chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead was different from other Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai could use it when he was still an origin returning realm cultivator, but the power of this Emperor artifact was directly linked to the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of this Emperor artifact. When he was an origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai could destroy an origin king with all his strength, but now that he was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, the power he could display was no longer the same. As soon as he pushed his source chi, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand had suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. An extremely strong suction force came from it, as if it was finally nourished after countless years of starvation, greedily swallowing Yang Kai's source chi. Yang Kai was shocked, but he did not dare to interrupt and could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 2331. His source chi was rapidly draining away at a speed beyond Yang Kai's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt himself completely exhausted. I knew it would be like this. Yang Kai's face was bitter. Every time he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead before, he would exhaust himself. This was also the biggest reason why Yang Kai did not use it so easily. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a one-time deal. It was either success or death. It was his final trump card. Perhaps when his cultivation increased and he could freely use the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this situation would improve. But right now, he could not. After draining Yang Kai of his source chi, the lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of the lightning bead became more agile, as if they had their own spirituality. It was extremely mysterious. And from the seemingly weak lightning arcs, a bone-chilling might could be felt. Let's see if you die now. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. His divine sense surged as he summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Kai. A soft crackling sound rang out as a thin arc of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the corpse puppet. Catcher. Deafening sounds rang out continuously. The corpse puppet was visibly convulsing from being electrocuted. The surface of his body was filled with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pool of lightning was formed where he was standing. Countless arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth on his body, destroying it. An extremely unpleasant smell spread out, making people feel nauseous. After a short while, the lightning dissipated and the corpse puppet fell on his back, a cloud of smoke rising from his body. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. His body swayed and he almost fell. A soft body leaned over from behind and supported him. It was Liu Yang. I'm fine. I just used too much energy and need to recover. Yang Kai did not wait for Liu Yang to speak before he sat down shakily. His body was sore and weak. If someone attacked him at this time, let alone a Dao Source Realm cultivator, even an Origin returning Realm cultivator would not be able to fight back. Then I'll stand guard for Master, Liu Yang said. His body suddenly stiffened. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. But before Liu Yang could answer, his eyes widened in horror. This was because he saw that the corpse puppet that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up straight. It kept roaring, and its violent aura became more and more vigorous. He's not dead yet. Yang Kai's face changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Annihilation Lightning Bead was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash, but even that couldn't kill this corpse puppet. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Although Yang Kai still had other tricks up his sleeve, how could he use them now that he was so weak? As far as the eye could see, the surface of the corpse puppet's body was incomparably tattered. Its withered flesh was charred, and the various array diagrams inscribed on its brand had dimmed considerably. The weakness that Yang Kai found before was also completely destroyed. This should be the core of the corpse puppet's formation diagram. After it was destroyed, the corpse puppet should no longer be able to move, but why was it still able to stand up? In his panic, Yang Kai suddenly saw a strange spot on the corpse puppet's chest. His eyes trembled as he smiled bitterly. Because there was still a core array diagram emitting light. It was because of this backup core array diagram that the corpse puppet had not lost its ability to fight. Master. Liu Yang was also frightened. Facing such a powerful enemy, without the help of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't contend with him with her strength alone. But she soon calmed down and said with a determined expression, Master, you go first. I'll delay him for a while. She felt that as long as she gave Yang Kai some time, Yang Kai should be able to repair the array base platform and leave this sealed world. As she spoke, she flashed in front of Yang Kai, looking like she was going to protect Yang Kai even if she had to die. Yang Kai reached out and tugged at her. Liu Yang turned back and smiled sadly. This servant has been treated sincerely by Master for so many years. It's not a waste for this servant to come to this world. Please take care of yourself in the future. Don't be so sad. Yang Kai's nose twitched, but he still smiled and said, It's not certain who will live and who will die. Liu Yang's beautiful eyes lit up. Does Master still have a trick up his sleeve? Yang Kai didn't speak. Instead, He reached out and took out something that looked like a spirit pill. He stuffed it into Liu Yang's hand and said, "Activate its power. If you can't, we'll hide in the sealed world bead and conserve our strength." "This is..." Liu Yang looked at the spirit pill in her hand and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "An Emperor Authority bead?" "Yes, this is an Emperor Authority bead that seals the power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's attack. Although I don't know when the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, it should be quite powerful. Give it a try." This Emperor Authority bead was something Yang Kai had exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. It definitely contained the full power of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this attack was. An Emperor Authority bead was different from an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder bead. It was a one-time use item. Yang Kai hadn't been willing to use it until now, but in this situation, he had no choice but to use it. With the Emperor Authority bead in hand, Liu Yang calmed down all of a sudden. Taking a light breath, she held the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and poured all her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet seemed to be a little stiff after standing up again. It was obvious that the attack from the Annihilation Thunder bead had affected it greatly. As if it had sensed something, the corpse puppet let out a low roar and rushed towards Liu Yang like an arrow. Before it even got close, the strong stench of a corpse had already filled the air and a cold murderous intent wrapped around Liu Yang. Liu Yang's tender body trembled slightly, but she remained unmoved. She continued to pour her strength into the Emperor Authority bead. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and even Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He held the sealed world bead in his hand, ready to take Liu Yang to hide in it at any time. Seeing the corpse puppet leaping towards Liu Yang finally made her move. She flicked the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and it immediately turned into a stream of light that flew towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet threw a punch, shattering the Emperor Authority bead with a power that could shatter space. However, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from the shattered Emperor Authority bead, transforming into principal strength that instantly wrapped around the corpse puppet. Under the influence of this power, the corpse puppet seemed to have been hit by a body immobilization spell. It fell straight down from the sky and plunged into the ground. Hong. The mysterious principal strength suddenly spread out in all directions. In the valley, all the plants that had withered due to the corpse poison seemed to have been replenished with vitality at this moment and came back to life. In an instant, the valley was filled with lush greenery. Not only that, but this mysterious power also spread far into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the trees swayed and sent out a message of joy. Yang Kai and Liu Yang were also enveloped by this power. That kind of power flowed through his limbs and bones and into his body, causing the weak Kai Yang to feel as if he had been injected with vitality. In an instant, he became full of vigor, and even the injuries he had suffered from the corpse puppet had recovered in a very short period of time. This is... Liu Yang's beautiful eyes widened and she cried out. The law of spring. Yang Kai was also shocked to the extreme. His eyes lit up as he understood the source of this law. He did not dare to neglect and quickly began to comprehend it. This was the principal strength comprehended by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was incomparably profound. Once the Emperor Authority bead appeared, it was equivalent to the Flowing Time Great Emperor personally striking a blow. If Yang Kai could use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would be able to gain a lot. At this moment, Yang Kai did not even care about what would happen to the corpse puppet as he immersed himself in the mysterious principal strength. The law of spring spread out, returning the valley to a lush green, but in the blink of an eye, an unbearably hot aura enveloped the valley. It was as if one had suddenly entered the dog days of summer, and the faint sound of cicadas could be heard. Under the scorching sun, the scorching heat was unbearable. The law of summer. Yang Kai understood and felt more and more that this was an opportunity that he could not miss. Inside the valley, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew. The maple leaves were dyed red, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. The fragrance of melons and fruits were ripe, and the pleasant smell of harvest rushed out. The law of autumn. The cold wind suddenly whistled, and the surroundings suddenly became bitterly cold. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be covered in white snow, wrapped in silver. In the biting cold of winter, even the most cold-resistant ferocious beasts shrank in their caves, not daring to go out easily. The law of winter. The four principles resonated with each other and were closely connected. Year after year, the cycle continued, forming an extremely special power that lingered in the valley, causing one to lose track of time. It felt as if it was only an instant, but also as if it was tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Under the influence of the four seasons, he constantly witnessed the intersection of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, completely forgetting where he was and what he was doing. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would definitely be his loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai's body shook with a crisp cracking sound. The meridians and dantian in his body suddenly expanded, and source qi gushed out like a surging river, rapidly flowing through his meridians. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. He had advanced. He had actually advanced to the third-order Dao source realm. The commotion caused by his advancement caused Yang Kai to snap back to reality. He immediately saw the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged not far away, and everything he had experienced earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he stood up and stared warily at the motionless corpse puppet. "Master," Liu Yang hurriedly called out when he saw Yang Kai's expression change. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise. "What do you mean, how long has it been?" Liu Yang looked confused. "How long has it been since you struck out the Emperor Authority bead?" Liu Yang was puzzled. "Just now, after I struck out the Emperor Authority bead, Master sat down, and then, you suddenly broke through." "Just now?" Yang Kai's mouth fell open. He clearly felt like a long time had passed, but why did Liu Yang mean that it had only been a short while? He was shocked and immediately realized that he had been affected by the power of the four seasons and was hallucinating. Chapter 2332. The Four Seasons Force was a divine technique comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Once the divine technique was used, the four seasons would overlap and the sea would change into mulberry fields. This was a kind of time principle strength that was completely different from the space principle Yang Kai comprehended. However, the time principle was the same as the space principle in that it was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any martial artist who could have some attainments in this kind of power would have great achievements. Yang Kai originally thought that the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors had only comprehended the four seasons divine technique, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The Great Emperors had comprehended the true essence of the time principle, which had long surpassed the concept of the four seasons. The Emperor Authority bead was a treasure refined by the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor when he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A single blow from the Emperor Authority bead was equivalent to a blow from the flowing time Great Emperor of the third-order Emperor Realm. Even a real third-order Emperor Realm Master would have no chance of surviving such a blow. The time principle strength could allow one to experience the passage of an extremely long period of time in an instant. If it hit a living person, wouldn't it cause the principles of time to age instantly? For example, Yang Kai felt like he had experienced several years of cultivation just now, breaking through from the second-order Dao Source realm to the third-order Dao Source realm. This was the accumulation of time. Although it was only a blink of an eye in reality, several years had passed in his consciousness. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how powerful the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors were at their peak. As he thought about it, he suddenly became excited. Because he had obtained 3 beads in the Four Seasons realm, the bead of spring, the bead of summer, and the bead of autumn. Based on his guess, there should be another bead of winter. But the Four Seasons realm experience ended too quickly, so he didn't know where the bead of winter was, let alone where to find it. Now, it seemed that the 3 beads all contained a trace of the principles of time. If he collected all the Four Seasons beads, he might be able to reproduce the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperor. The inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor was different from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the world. As for the heaven-devouring battle lore, Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it at all. After obtaining it, he handed it over to the embodiment to handle. Facts proved that this decision was correct. According to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring battle lore was indeed powerful, but the side effects of cultivating it were not small. If not for the embodiment's special body that could refine all kinds of impurities and wash away the negative effects, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had already restrained him. But if he could obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, the benefits to Yang Kai would not be small. Understanding the principles of time and controlling the four seasons force, Yang Kai would be able to reach a higher realm in a shorter time. Because under the principles of time, 1 year of cultivation for him might be equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation for others. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. But when he thought of the missing bead of winter, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know when the Four Seasons realm would open again. Even if it opened again, he would definitely not be a Dao Source realm cultivator. It would be impossible for him to enter again. In other words, he probably had no hope of finding the bead of winter, gathering the Four Seasons force, and reproducing the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors. Master, that guy isn't dead yet. Liu Yang's exclamation suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. Impossible. Yang Kai was startled awake. He had used the Annihilation Thunder bead in this battle. He had used the Emperor Authority bead, 2 of his trump cards, and the embodiment had even used the Demonic Armament battle axe. Even if there was a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, there would be nothing left of him. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive. So when he heard Liu Yang's words, he didn't believe it at all. But when he looked over, Yang Kai was stunned. Not far in front of him, the battered corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged at some point. Probably under the influence of the principles of time, the corpse puppet's body, which was already dry and devoid of water, had now become extremely pale, like flour. When Yang Kai looked over, pieces of flesh were still falling from its body, turning into ashes before they could even touch the ground. In a short while, the corpse puppet had turned into a half-skeleton state, revealing its white bones. The principles of time were indeed powerful. Previously, he had used all his methods, but only the Annihilation Thunder bead could injure the corpse puppet. But when the Emperor Authority bead was used, the corpse puppet's body was damaged to such a state. This was definitely not a result of pure strength, but the influence of the principles. The principles of time flowed silently in the corpse puppet's body, allowing it to experience the passage of tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong its body was, it would still be destroyed if it wasn't nourished. Yang Kai could clearly see that the various spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body had all dimmed and could no longer operate. However, Liu Yang was right. This guy wasn't dead yet, because its pair of green, ghostly fire-like eyes were constantly twitching, as if it was in a struggle. From time to time, it would growl in a low voice. Yang Kai's hair stood on end and he secretly became vigilant, afraid that the corpse puppet would suddenly attack at the last moment. He could see that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead, it was an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he delayed for a while, the corpse puppet would definitely die. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had suddenly advanced to the third-order Dao Source realm, his source chi had been restored, and his injuries had healed. Even if the corpse puppet tried to do something, he was confident that he could avoid it. Yang Kai didn't move, and Liu Yang also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Yang Kai, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master," Liu Yang called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Yang furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately, He cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Yang greets Senior. Master, you're..." Liu Yang looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Yang Kai doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Yang Kai finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged, Liu Yang couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Liu Yang was completely stunned. Because the corpse puppet actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make a sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect?" It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Liu Yang didn't know what use breathing would be in his current state. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Yang Kai said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array base platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Yang Kai replied implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Yang Kai was being modest. Being able to enter this sealed world when the array base platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Yang Kai had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this place? Yang Kai had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array base platform, Yang Kai was immediately certain. The corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Yang Kai trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Yang Kai was still extremely shocked. Yi Chong was the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this sealed world, a third-order Emperor realm master. Yi Chong said, "It's just a remnant soul. This king used his own body to refine a puppet and failed to enter the Tao, so this king died. Only a remnant soul was left in this body, waiting for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect to come here." Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to ask something, Yi Chong said, "I don't have much time left. The reason why I was able to wake up was because you destroyed this body. Although I'm not sure how you managed to do this with your strength, I don't have time to ask. This king needs your help. Please speak, Senior. Since this generation's descendant of the Yi family has invited you here to repair the space array, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. I want you to bring this space ring to this generation's Thousand Leaves sect master." As Yi Chong spoke, he trembled as he took off the space ring on his finger. With a light flick, he shot it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it, immediately feeling a desolate and ancient aura lingering on his hand. This was a space ring from tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai could faintly guess what good things were inside. The various secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect that Yi Hen and his daughter had mentioned were definitely inside this space ring. Yi Chong said, "This king has engraved his brand on this space ring. Only a member of my Yi family can refine it with the power of their bloodline and open it. Any violent method of opening it will damage this space ring." Chapter 2333. Yang Kai immediately knew that Yi Chong didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Yang Kai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yi Chong had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply took the ring. Rest assured, Senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi. Very good, very good. Yi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yi Chong didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Yang Kai. He just stared thoughtfully at Liu Yang beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Liu Yang was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yi Chong's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yi Chong seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yi Chong said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Yang Kai's face darkened. Yi Chong's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yi Chong wanted to give him some benefits, Yi Chong didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yi Chong was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Yang Kai, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yi Chong. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yi Chong hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yi Hen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal? Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yi Chong suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years. Yi Chong was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yi Chong sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yi Chong sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen, and now, not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yi Chong had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor Realm Master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, and the flowing time Great Emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, but of course, the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Liu Yang, he buried Yi Chong's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully, because after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hen would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hen. In any case, Yi Hen was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Chong's body, Yang Kai led Liu Yang to the cave where they met Yi Chong. Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Liu Yang was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Liu Yang glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, how could Yi Chong stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect, so what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. "He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it. I think that's the reason." Liu Yang nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful. But he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Chong had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yi Chong. Since Yi Chong took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Liu Yang, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. "What's wrong with it?" Yang Kai asked. Liu Yang said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge sea to hurt slightly. Yang Kai was surprised. The opportunity Yi Chong mentioned. Could it be this stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine any more. Liu Yang was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. "Don't." Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Liu Yang had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yang Kai's shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Liu Yang couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Liu Yang could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Liu Yang in. How can this be? Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone, but strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yang Kai at all. Molten memory gold? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold he knew was definitely not like this. Yang Kai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Liu Yang, but after one strike, he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Liu Yang was sucked into this strange stone, Yang Kai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Liu Yang had been severed for a long time. Liu Yang was an artifact spirit, and when Yang Kai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yang Kai's face turned pale, thinking that Liu Yang had died. Because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yang Kai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 2334. Liu Yang had been with him for many years, and they had always looked out for each other over the years. She had helped Yang Kai a lot, so if she died because of this strange rock in front of him, Yang Kai would never be able to accept it. If that was the case, he would dig up Yi Chong's body and grind his bones to ashes to vent his hatred. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. Yi Chong had asked him for help and would never leave a strange stone here to harm him. But, when he said that there was an opportunity in this cave, why did he keep staring at Liu Yang? Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar aura suddenly came out of the strange stone. After perceiving this aura, Yang Kai's expression brightened and he hurriedly shouted, "Liu Yang." That aura definitely belonged to Liu Yang, but it was very weak. If he hadn't been familiar with Liu Yang over the years, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to detect it. If there was a residual aura, it meant that Liu Yang hadn't died and was just sealed in the strange stone. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to attack the strange stone rashly, for fear of hurting Liu Yang. But in the face of his call, Liu Yang never responded. Not only that, in Yang Kai's perception, the aura emitted by Liu Yang was extremely stable. Although the fluctuation was extremely weak, there was no trace of injury. Some of it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again, but just like before, as soon as his divine sense entered the strange stone, it was as if it was bitten off by an invisible mouth. Not only did his investigation fail, but his divine sense was also affected. It also made his knowledge see hurt slightly. He didn't know what the hell this strange stone was, but it could swallow divine sense. It was obviously of extraordinary quality. Wisps of dark red color, almost invisible to the naked eye, diffused from the inside of the strange rock and seeped into the surface of the strange rock. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with this dark red aura. It was clearly the extremely complex flame power that Liu Yang possessed, mixed with the power of various strange flames. But they were perfectly blended together. In the whole world, there was no other one except for Liu Yang. Could it be that Liu Yang was attacking the seal from the inside? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax a lot. He forced himself to calm down and observe carefully. He wanted to know how he could help Liu Yang. After the dark red color spread out, the strange stone suddenly buzzed, and then it emitted an extremely strong suction force. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. All of a sudden, a gust of wind howled in the cave. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the secret realm surged into the strange rocks, but it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the dark red color on the surface of the strange rock became more and more exuberant. Liu Yang's aura became clearer and clearer. Spiritual energy? Yang Kai's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, tens of millions of source crystals scattered around the strange rock, almost filling the entire cave. These source crystals were all mid-grade and high-grade. There were no low-grade source crystals at all. All of them had been stripped from the source crystal load. Yang Kai punched out again, shattering these source crystals into dust, which transformed into a sea of spiritual energy that wrapped around the strange rock. At a visible rate, the strange rock continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed to be endless. At the same time that Liu Yang was in danger, outside Thousand Leaves sect, the wind howled and the crane screamed. Over 1,000 cultivator arrived in front of Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array, glaring at the sect. These 1,000 people belonged to different forces, but they all seemed to be led by a blue-haired middle-aged man. It was unknown what kind of mysterious technique this middle-aged man cultivated, but his long blue hair draped over his shoulders in an unruly manner. His figure was heroic, and his expression was dignified. He sat on a roofless palanquin carried by 16 people. The palanquin was spacious and gave off strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was leisurely sipping his tea, as if he had come here for a leisurely trip. Around him, many powerhouses had gathered. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin, whom Yang Kai had once taught a lesson to, was among them. In just a short time, Luo Jin had taken some kind of pills and his injuries had completely healed. There were no longer any traces of the injuries he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai. He was now full of energy and his complexion was rosy. The two old men who had been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master, Chiu Yu, were also standing to the side with their heads lowered. They seemed to be extremely respectful to the blue-haired man. There was also a man who attracted everyone's attention. His cultivation was not inferior to anyone here. He had a stocky build and looked extremely rough. The aura he gave off was also extremely violent, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. This man stood to the side and glanced at the blue-haired middle-aged man from time to time. He sneered, as if he looked down on the blue-haired man's actions. These people were all masters of the nearby sects, and their status and strength were similar. However, this blue-haired middle-aged man was acting all high and mighty, making him stand out from the crowd, which naturally made others unhappy. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that the blue-haired middle-aged man was the leader of all the cultivators here. Over 1,000 cultivators belonging to 5 or 6 sects had gathered here, but they did not say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luo Jin's face was filled with resentment and hatred as he stared straight ahead and clenched his fists tightly. A few days ago, he was holding a concubine wedding ceremony in the city lord's mansion, but it was interrupted midway. Not only was the bride snatched away in front of everyone's eyes, even he himself was seriously injured. If it wasn't for luck, he would have died long ago. Although it had only been a few days, this matter had already spread throughout the surrounding territory, and all the cultivators in Sky Crane City knew about it. His prestige in Sky Crane City had plummeted, and he could feel people pointing at him behind his back wherever he went. Not only that, there were even voices of dissatisfaction in the city, calling for him to step down. How could Luo Jin allow such a thing to happen? He had painstakingly managed Sky Crane City for so many years, and it was just about to rise up and be on equal footing with the surrounding sects. How could he be willing to fall short at the last moment? And the culprit behind all of this was that brat called Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his humiliation, Luo Jin believed that he would be able to stabilize Sky Crane City once again. At that time, no one would dare to say anything to him. Luo Jin hated Yang Kai, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Thousand Leaves sect that was shielding Yang Kai. He secretly swore in his heart that if Yi Hen was tactful, things would be fine, but if he didn't, Luo Jin would let him know the consequences. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo, asterisk right at that moment, a stream of light shot over from the front. As the light fell, the figures of many of Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups appeared, with Yi Hen at the head, and the vice-sect masters and elders beside him. Although they had received the news in advance, Yi Hen and the others could not help but change their expressions when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect's mountain defending array. The forces gathered here were the forces of 5 or 6 great forces, and there were more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. There were even more than a dozen from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and the rest were all Origin King Realm cultivators. How could the current Thousand Leaves sect resist such a force? Yi Hen calmed himself down and cupped his fists. Friends, your presence brings light to my humble sect. May I ask why you have come unannounced? He also knew that the other party did not come with good intentions, so there was no way for them to settle this peacefully. However, he was not too afraid of the mountain defending array. If it was an ordinary sect's mountain defending array, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many masters. However, Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array had been passed down for a long time, and its grade was extremely high. It was not something that ordinary sects could compare to. If it were not for Thousand Leaves sect's current strength being insufficient, the mountain defending array's defensive grade could be increased by several levels. Once it was activated, even a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm might not be able to break through it. Even so, this mountain defending array should be more than enough to withstand the attacks of these people. This was also the fundamental reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to remain standing despite its decline. If they could not break through the mountain defending array, no one would dare to completely fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. Just as Yi Hen finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out and roar, "Yi, don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know why we're here. If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over that brat Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Yi Hen frowned. "City Lord Luo, what enmity do you have with young Master Yang for you to be so angry?" Luo Jin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger when he heard Yi Hen asking the obvious. With an ashen face, he said, "Yi Hen, are you mocking this, Luo? Don't tell me you don't know what happened in my City Lord's mansion a few days ago. Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Hen replied indifferently, "I know a thing or two, but I don't know the details." Luo Jin said angrily, "That brat caused a ruckus in my City Lord's mansion, snatched this king's concubine, and killed and injured guests. How can this king let this matter rest?" Yi Hen said, "Why is this matter different from what this ye has heard? This ye heard that City Lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight City Lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared, "Bullshit." Yi Hen said coldly, "There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this ye is spouting nonsense or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful." Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yi Hen mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yi Hen with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hen cupped his fists and looked around. "Everyone should know about this matter, so why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods?" None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. They had not come here to argue with Yi Hen, so what if what Yi Hen said was the truth? Yang Kai had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Yang Kai was in Thousand Leaves sect, How could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 23:35. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person? In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice-Temple Master Ku Tian have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion? From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Ruan Hongbo. Like Yi Hen, Ruan Hongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Now that his Vice-Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruan Hongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, that's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him. Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the City Lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation. The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face. As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention? He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Ziyi, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiu Ziyi heard this. He smiled slightly and said, my son, Chiu Yu, is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This seat came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiu Yu how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi. His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day, but if that was all, why would Chiu Ziyi come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter. As long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves sect, the prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Chiu Ziyi, would be the overlord of this land. Hand him over. Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him. The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. Although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yi Hen. They did not know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yi Hen was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yi Hen accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master. A second-order Dao Source Realm old man called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Yang Kai had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yi Hen glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yi Hen grow up, so he understood Yi Hen's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yi Hen would not harm the sect. Sect Master. Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master Shi Kangying suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This Shi thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat surnamed Yang has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the City Lord's mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Ku Tian was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions." This Shi asks sect master to hand that little brat over to these friends to deal with so that people won't say that our Thousand Leaves sect is colluding with him and tarnishing our reputation. Qiu Ziyi smiled. Vice sect master Shi is indeed sensible. Very good, very good. Shi Kangying smiled. Heaven is watching what people do. This Shi is simply following heaven's will. Palace Master Qiu is too kind. Yi Hen coldly said, "Brother Shi, this he said before that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect and that no one is allowed to have any ideas about him. If you still treat me as a sect master, then don't say such things again." Shi Kangying's expression changed slightly. "Sect master, are you going to disregard the tens of thousands of years of our ancestors' foundation?" Yi Hen replied, "It is precisely because of this foundation that we cannot hand young Master Yang over to anyone." Besides Shi Kangying, only Yi Jinghan knew that Yang Kai had gone to repair the entrance to the sealed world. He had not mentioned this to anyone else, so Shi Kangying did not know why Yi Hen wanted to protect Yang Kai. Seeing Yi Hen's resolute expression, as if he would fall out with Shi Kangying if Shi Kangying dared to say anything more, Shi Kangying's heart skipped a beat. In his memories, Yi Hen was not such an overbearing existence. Yi Hen was old and his cultivation had stagnated, so he had always been very polite to Shi Kangying over the years. Logically speaking, Yi Hen should have carefully weighed everything Shi Kangying said. Even if he opposed Shi Kangying, he would not have spoken so harshly. So why was Yi Hen so resolute when it came to that brat surnamed Yang? Shi Kangying instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, but he did not have the time to think about it carefully. His face sank as he said, "Sect Master, you are so stubborn. Do you really want to plunge the sect into an abyss of suffering? Have you thought about the feelings and future of the sect's 3,000 disciples? A single wrong decision from you can doom the sect to eternal damnation. As the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, this Shi has the responsibility and obligation to think for the sect and its disciples." Yi Hen coldly replied, "Are you thinking for yourself or for the sect?" Without waiting for Shi Kangying to say anything, Yi Hen sternly shouted, "I've already made up my mind. Stand down." Shi Kangying was stunned when he heard this, and his body subconsciously trembled. It was as if he had just remembered that the other party was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, while he was just a vice sect master. Outside the mountain defending array, a group of masters coldly watched as they sneered in their hearts. It was rumored that the Thousand Leaves sect was unstable internally, and that there was a rift between Yi Hen and Shi Kangying. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. These two were the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect, yet they were actually fighting amongst themselves at such a time. From this, one could see how rotten the Thousand Leaves sect was. A sect like this would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, everyone sneered in their hearts, as if they could already see the scene of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Being shouted at by Yi Hen in front of everyone's eyes, Shi Kangying naturally felt a little embarrassed and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Fine, since sect master doesn't listen to my advice and is headstrong and doesn't care about the safety of the sect, then don't blame this Shi for not treating you as the sect master. Yi Hen was slightly startled and coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Shi Kangying smiled. That brat surnamed Yang has provoked so many sects, yet he wants to hide in Thousand Leaves sect and bring disaster to our sect. This Shi is thinking for the sake of the sect's disciples, so I naturally have to hand him over. Rest assured, sect master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if someone blames me in the future, this Shi will bear the responsibility and will not ruin your good name. His righteous attitude, not hesitating to consider the sect's interests even if his reputation was tarnished, immediately attracted the goodwill of many of the Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, who felt that Yi Hen was indeed a little arbitrary. Yi Hen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only at this moment did Yi Hen notice that the three trusted elders who had always been by Shi Kangying's side had disappeared. Those three elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. With such strength, Yang Kai's friends would not be able to resist at all. The people that Yang Kai had brought with him were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although there were barriers in their rooms, those elders knew them like the back of their hands, so breaking them was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yi Hen turned pale with fright, wishing that he could slap Shi Kangying to death. His daughter had painstakingly invited Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the entrance to the sealed world, yet his own vice-sect master wanted to take action against Yang Kai's friends. If Yang Kai found out about this, how would he explain himself? He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend so many sects this time, as long as Yang Kai could repair the entrance and allow Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques to return, it would be worth it. At worst, Thousand Leaves sect would seal itself off for a few years and allow the sect's experts to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could mobilize the 30 or so Dao Source grade puppets in the square, Thousand Leaves sect would no longer need to fear any other sect and would be able to take a breather. As time passed, would they still have to worry about not being able to control those heaven grade puppets? Chapter 2336. Once they could control the heaven grade puppet, Thousand Leaves sect would be able to rise to the ranks of first-rate sects. What was there to fear from a small sky illumination palace? When that time came, all the sects and families within 1,000,000 kilometers would have to depend on Thousand Leaves sect for their survival. However, he never imagined that Shi Kangying would be so despicable and vicious, sending his trusted subordinates to capture those people while he and Yang Kai were away. Once those people were handed over, how could Yang Kai let the matter rest? Thousand Leaves sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques would also be lost. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be finished. Thinking of this, Yi Hen became anxious and angry, shouting, "Shi Kangying, if you really care about the sect, quickly call those people back." Shi Kangying coldly snorted, "It's already too late." When he heard that many masters had arrived outside the sect, Shi Kangying had already guessed what they were here for and had secretly instructed the elders to lie in ambush and wait for his orders. Previously, when he saw that Yi Hen was still unwilling to hand over those people, he had secretly given the order, but it was obviously too late to say anything now. "You!" A mouthful of blood rushed up Yi Hen's throat and he almost spat it out in anger. He pointed at Shi Kangying and gritted his teeth. "Do you know what kind of mistake you've made? If even a single hair on those people's heads is lost, this sect master will hold you responsible." Shi Kangying's face sank. This Shi has the heart of the sect. The heavens and earth can be my witness, the sun and moon can be my witness. Even if our ancestors were standing here, they would feel that this Shi's actions were not wrong. Seeing that Shi Kangying was still so unrepentant, Yi Hen finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Kangying looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sect Master, you're old and no longer suitable to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your rotten and stubborn thinking will only stop Thousand Leaves sect from moving forward." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Realizing that Shi Kangying was taking this opportunity to seize power and seize the throne, the group of elders all wore terrified expressions, not knowing what to do. Du Xian angrily shouted, "Old thief Shi, since you dare to act so disgracefully, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master today." He had been standing behind Yi Hen the whole time, so he had seen everything clearly, although he didn't know why Yi Hen valued Kai Yang so much. However, Yi Hen was still his master. His master had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Shi Kangying, so how could he remain indifferent? Just as he finished speaking, a long sword glowing with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. A curtain of swords rose up and pierced towards Shi Kangying. Shi Kangying stood in place with a look of disdain on his face. He extended his hand forward and slammed it down. He said, "As a disciple of the sect, you dare to offend your superiors and attack me. Yi Hen has indeed taught a good disciple." As he spoke, the origin energy in his large hand surged and collided with the sword screen. With a rumble, the sword screen shattered. The palm print blasted onto Du Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. Although the sect defending array was blocking it, Qiu Ziyi and the others were still able to see it clearly, causing them to reveal mocking smiles. They had joined forces to attack Thousand Leaves sect today, thinking that it would be a tough battle, but they never expected that before they could even make a move, Thousand Leaves sect would begin to fall apart internally. The sect master and vice-sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shi's loyalty is truly admirable. Qiu Ziyi smiled at Shi Kangying and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Shi Kangying as Sect Master, obviously feeling that Yi Hen was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Shi Kangying returned the gesture. "Palace Master Qiu is too kind. This Shi is only thinking for the sake of the sect, unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect." Qiu Ziyi said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under Sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Shi Kangying smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Qiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yi Hen spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Shi Kangying, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors' tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors?" Shi Kangying sneered, "I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors. This Shi has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me." Yi Hen's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Shi Kangying, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Qiu Ziyi nodded in satisfaction. "Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time." Of course, Shi Kangying smiled faintly, looking at the time, they should be here soon. Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. "Look, they're here." Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yi Hen was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source qi, waiting for the moment Shi Kangying's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, when he glanced in that direction, Yi Hen's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Shi Kangying also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, The streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and was about 50 years old. He was one of the elders who had always followed Shi Kangying, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yi Hen could not help but look puzzled. Shi Kangying's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There is a master among them from the third order Dao Source realm. We were no match for him, so 7th elder and 9th elder were captured." "What?" Shi Kangying turned pale with fright. He was detained. He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yang had brought with him. All of them were from the first order Dao Source realm, and there was even an Origin King realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Shi Kangying would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. "Who captured them?" Shi Kangying asked in shock. "A woman. A woman." Shi Kangying had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Kai Yu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Shi Kangying was even more confused, before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the third order Dao Source realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Dao Source realm, and her attacks have traces of Emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent. Shi Kangying was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have Emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. A master from the Emperor realm was someone that Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to offend. Shi Kangying's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yi Hen thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yi Hen to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance, because Yi Hen also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Dao Source realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice-sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Shi Kangying could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Qiu Ziyi suddenly sneered, "Sect Master Shi, your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves." Shi Kangying was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Qiu Ziyi ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. "Palace Master Qiu, you can just watch over our sect's matters. There's no need to say anything." Qiu Ziyi snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. He then walked step by step towards the Great Mountain Barrier Formation, saying, "Originally, this Qiu didn't want to get involved in your esteemed sect's matters. However, this matter concerns the surrounding great sects. As the overlord of this region, how can this seat sit idly by?" Just as he finished speaking, an unimaginable aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the world principles were shaken. Everyone who was enveloped by this aura felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Breathing became difficult, and the circulation of energy in their bodies became sluggish. Even the Thousand Leaves sect's mountain protecting array began to ripple visibly under the impact of this power. At this moment, Qiu Ziyi seemed to have become the master of this world. Everyone's life and death were at his mercy, and no one could resist. Emperor! Emperor! Realm! Mu Guan of White Cloud Tower trembled and almost knelt down. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Qiu Ziyi in disbelief. Everyone else was also shocked, their faces pale. Especially Wan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, his face was pale. Previously, he didn't take Qiu Ziyi seriously. After all, they were all from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although it was rumored that Qiu Ziyi had been in seclusion for more than a decade to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, he hadn't succeeded. As long as he didn't succeed, everyone would be on equal footing. Ruan Hongbo was very unhappy when he saw Qiu Ziyi acting all high and mighty. He felt that this guy was taking himself too seriously. If he was already like this before breaking through to the Emperor realm, what would happen if he broke through? But now, he knew why Qiu Ziyi didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out that Qiu Ziyi had already broken through his shackles and ascended to the Emperor realm. Chapter 2337. Thinking of this, large beads of sweat rolled down Wan Hongbo's forehead. He realized that Sky Peak Temple's days in the future would not be easy. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were evenly matched in strength, but now that the latter had an emperor, Sky Peak Temple could only express its loyalty if it wanted to survive. Qiu Ziyi was now a true overlord. No wonder he was so arrogant and proud of his success this time. Inside the mountain defending array, Yi Hen and the others were also pale with despair. The sect was already in turmoil because of Shi Kang Ying, causing it to split into two factions. Now, Qiu Ziyi had actually advanced to the Emperor realm and was standing right outside the mountain defending array. How were they going to survive? Shi Kang Ying was also shocked and no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Qiu Ziyi. He said in fear, "So Palace Lord Qiu has already advanced to the Emperor realm." This Shi congratulates Palace Lord Qiu. Ruan Hongbo, Mu Zheng, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations to Palace Lord Qiu for advancing to the Emperor realm." Qiu Ziyi laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the cave, Yang Kai stared at the strange rock, not daring to miss the slightest change. Ever since he shattered the tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turned them into a sea of spirit chi, an even more powerful devouring force came from the strange rock, constantly devouring the surrounding world energy. As time passed, the crimson glow on the surface of the strange rock became more and more vigorous, and Liu Yang's aura became clearer and clearer. A few days later, Yang Kai gradually realized that things were not as he thought. Liu Yang was not in any danger. Although she had been swallowed by the strange rock, Yang Kai could still feel it. Liu Yang was currently in a deep sleep. She was extremely peaceful, and the aura she unconsciously released was even mixed with a trace of excitement and joy. It was as if this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but an extremely good thing. Could it be that Yi Chong's words were true and there really was an opportunity here? But this opportunity was useful to Liu Yang. Recalling how Yi Chong kept staring at Liu Yang when he talked about the opportunity, Yang Kai felt that this might be the case. However, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what this opportunity was. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Liu Yang's side and wait for any changes. A day later, the spirit fog in the cave had become extremely thin. Although the spirit energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, the strange rock did not seem to have reached the point of saturation. Yang Kai tossed out tens of millions of source crystals again and did the same thing, allowing the strange rock to devour them. At this moment, the entire strange rock was completely red, as if it had just been scooped out of hot magma. The inside of the cave was also incomparably hot, and the walls of the cave had already melted. Liu Yang's aura became clearer and clearer, but to Yang Kai's surprise and joy, Liu Yang's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another kind of charm, a kind of charm that couldn't be described clearly. As he watched, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Isn't this just an egg? Previously, he had been prejudiced. He didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he observed it carefully, he found that the oval-shaped strange rock was like an egg. Thinking of this, Yang Kai remembered that Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had broken out of the dark rock in the past, which was a special way of birth for the stone mongoose. Could it be that Liu Yang would also break out of this strange rock? This strange rock was different from the two strange stones he had obtained in the past, so it was not a product of the stone mongoose clan. Yang Kai didn't know what this strange rock was, but after having this guess, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. If his guess was correct, Liu Yang would eventually break out of the shell, but he didn't know what it would look like. This was really an opportunity for Liu Yang. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. The speed at which the strange rock devoured the surrounding spiritual qi had obviously slowed down a lot, and it was getting slower and slower. Yang Kai knew that the strange rock should be saturated, and Liu Yang's fate would be revealed soon. So he stared at the strange rock without blinking, his heart in turmoil. Half a day later, just as Yang Kai was feeling uneasy, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange rock. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly looked at the strange rock, only to find that there was a small crack in the middle of the strange rock. Catcher, when the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and a continuous sound was heard. One crack after another appeared, covering the entire strange rock, as dense as a spider web. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he paid more attention to it, ready to help Liu Yang at any time. Crash, after a loud sound, the entire strange rock suddenly fell apart, turning into countless small fragments and falling to the ground. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Liu Yang, but when he saw a red light appear where the strange rock was, he relaxed. Liu Yang's aura was clearly transmitted from the light, indicating that Liu Yang was fine. The light was fierce, and the entire cave was illuminated red. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't find any clues. He released his divine sense, but it was also blurred. It seemed that the light had inherited the strange rock's ability to devour divine sense, so he couldn't investigate it clearly. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the red light suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Yang Kai see the scene in front of him clearly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock and amazement, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because he saw that in the place where the strange rock was originally located, there was actually the figure of a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, lying on her side on the ground, her small body curled up there, her hands folded under her face, sleeping very peacefully. Yang Kai could clearly hear her breathing. If that was all, it would be fine, but what made Yang Kai feel incredulous was that he actually felt Liu Yang's aura from the little girl. Was this Liu Yang? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. Since Liu Yang could transform, she had appeared in front of Yang Kai in the form of a gorgeous woman, wearing revealing clothes. Full breasts and beautiful buttocks. She could arouse one's imagination. But after this sudden change, she had suddenly turned into such a wretched person. Yang Kai simply couldn't accept it. But it didn't make sense to say that she wasn't Liu Yang, because this little girl did have Liu Yang's aura. Not only that, but her fiery red hair was also perfectly inherited, and the soft red hair draped over her body, tightly covering her small body. Yang Kai only noticed now. This little girl was completely naked, but because of the red hair, he obviously didn't notice it. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, the long eyelashes of the little girl in front of him trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the current situation, raised her eyelids and looked at the stunned face in front of her, and then slowly sat up straight. When she sat up, her long hair suddenly spread out, revealing her white body, but she was obviously still very confused, with a sluggish face. Yang Kai quickly turned his head, rummaged through his ring, and directly took out a piece of clothing and threw it at her. In a split second, the large clothes covered her tightly. "Master, what are you doing?" the little girl murmured with some dissatisfaction. She reached out and pulled the clothing off her head. But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Then she put her hands in front of her eyes and looked at them in a daze. A moment later, a tragic scream came out of the cave. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and the little girl gradually recovered their emotions. The two of them sat face to face, one with a strange expression, the other with tears in her eyes, and her mouth into a thin line. The little girl was indeed Liu Yang, without a doubt. But they didn't know why she had become like this. At this moment, Liu Yang had already put on Yang Kai's clothes, but the clothes were too loose for her current body size, and coupled with her extremely aggrieved expression, it was enough to melt anyone's heart, and make people couldn't help but hold her in the palm of their hands to protect her. Judging from her appearance, she still bore some resemblance to Liu Yang, but she was a young version of Liu Yang. Her small face was like carved jade, delicate like a porcelain doll, and her skin was fair and rosy. There was still a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks and feel them. "Have you seen enough?" Liu Yang glared at Yang Kai, with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yang Kai shrugged and calmly said, "Do you know that your appearance is not threatening at all?" Liu Yang's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. After becoming like this, even her voice was like a child's voice, crisp and pleasant, no longer charming like before. All right. Yang Kai comforted her and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with becoming like this?" "No, it's just that I'm not used to it," Liu Yang replied in a low voice. "Can't you change back to your original appearance?" Yang Kai asked. Liu Yang said, "Maybe you haven't noticed, but I already have my own body." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly released his divine thought to investigate, but his divine thought was swallowed up as soon as it fell on Liu Yang's body, so he couldn't detect anything at all. It was the same before, so Yang Kai didn't know much about Liu Yang's changes. Now that he heard her say this, Yang Kai wanted to take a closer look, but he couldn't detect anything with his divine thought, so he could only use his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately stretched out a hand to pinch Liu Yang's little face. After a little contact, Yang Kai knew that Liu Yang was telling the truth. She did indeed have her own body, because the feeling coming from her fingers was not pure energy, but a real object. Not only that, Liu Yang's little face was no different from a real person's. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Yang Kai believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Liu Yang slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Yang Kai frowned. Liu Yang was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. Chapter 2338. Liu Yang had only been swallowed by the strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, he actually possessed his own body. No matter how he thought about it, this was simply inconceivable. Didn't this mean that the strange stone had the same effect as the flesh incarnation fruit? Just how heaven-defying was this? Liu Yang frowned slightly and whispered, "I think I understand a little about this situation. I can't say why, but I feel like this body of mine is a puppet." "Puppet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Liu Yang gently nodded, "There are many spirit arrays and mysterious traces of refinement in my body, but these traces are natural and ancient. They should have been refined by an almighty master many years ago." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something, whispering, "A spirit-grade puppet?" He had previously heard from Hua Qing Sai that Thousand Leaves sect's puppets were divided into several grades. In addition to the Earth-grade and Heaven-grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher-grade spirit-grade puppet. Moreover, it was rumored that spirit-grade puppets already possessed their own sentience. Not only could they think independently, but they could also gradually grow stronger through cultivation. However, even at their peak, Thousand Leaves sect only had a few spirit-grade puppets, and with the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, no one knew where these spirit-grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai didn't believe it at first, but now, Liu Yang's situation could only be explained by a spirit-grade puppet. That strange stone wasn't something naturally formed, but rather something refined by a certain master of Thousand Leaves sect. It should be the prototype of a spirit-grade puppet, and after Liu Yang's soul entered it, it broke out of its shell and took its current form. It had completed its final form. In other words, this so-called spirit-grade puppet didn't seem to be born with sentience, but rather formed by fusing the soul of a living being with the puppet's body. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. No wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Liu Yang when he talked about the opportunity. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Liu Yang did not have a physical body and was just an artifact spirit. There was a prototype of a spirit-level puppet in the cave, which was undoubtedly the best choice for Liu Yang. In that case, if he hadn't seen Liu Yang at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have mentioned this opportunity. It was because he saw Liu Yang that he gave him some pointers. However, he didn't point it out too clearly. It was likely that he was a little reluctant to part with it in his heart. That strange stone was probably the last prototype of a spirit-grade puppet in this world. Perhaps no one would be able to refine it in the future. He naturally wanted to leave such a treasure for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. This guy was a little wishy-washy and sloppy. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. But soon, he cast this thought aside. No matter what, it was true that Liu Yang now had his own body, although this body looked a little strange. However, compared to her previous incarnation, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a body and not having one. They were definitely two different things. Liu Yang seemed to gradually become happy, forgetting all the inconveniences that this small body would bring to her in the future. Placing her two hands in front of her eyes, she turned them over and over again with a smile on her face. How is your soul fusing with this body? Are there any signs of instability? Yang Kai asked worriedly. After all, this spirit-level puppet's body was not something that Liu Yang was born with, so if the fusion between her soul and the body was not perfect, it was very likely that it would bring about very serious consequences. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Liu Yang shook her head and said, "There's no problem at all. I feel like I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me." Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Liu Yang's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Liu Yang's soul, but now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sect's powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Liu Yang's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. "Hihi, I also have a childhood." Liu Yang's small face smiled like a blooming flower. "Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life." Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Liu Yang's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, "Then I'll accept it." After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Liu Yang could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Liu Yang was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Liu Yang, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now, Liu Yang could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, but Liu Yang also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao Source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, she was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Liu Yang had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Liu Yang, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. The spirit-grade puppet's body perfectly solved this problem. Yang Kai gave Liu Yang a space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals, various healing pills, cultivation pills, and a few high-grade artifacts that he had no use for. Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead, an Emperor artifact, was given to her to use. This was because the Annihilation Thunder Bead did not need to be refined and could be used as long as one poured their energy into it. This was the most suitable artifact for Liu Yang. This was the first time Liu Yang had her own space ring, and there were so many things that belonged to her. She was overjoyed and kept fiddling with the space ring. A day later, the two of them returned to the array base platform. Yang Kai did not plan to continue exploring this sealed world. He had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. There was no enmity between him and Thousand Leaves sect, and this sealed world belonged to them after all. Yang Kai could not just take away all the good things inside. It would be too unkind of him to do so. Repairing the array base platform was not a difficult task for Yang Kai. In just 4 hours, the sword marks on the platform had disappeared and the entire platform looked brand new. Yang Kai took out a few source crystals and placed them in the grooves of the platform before circulating his source chi. After a flash of light, there was no one left on the platform. Thousand Leaves sect, in a nameless valley. The chirping of birds and fragrant flowers from before had completely disappeared. This place was a complete mess, with traces of a great battle everywhere. Many cultivator corpses were strewn about the valley, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood that filled the air was nauseating. At the array base platform, Yi Jinghan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her delicate body was covered in blood, and there was a deep wound that extended from her shoulder to her entire arm. It was a ghastly sight. Beside her, Hua Qing Sai, Kai Yu, Gui Zhu, Ari Oyu, Jiyu Kang Yun, and the others all looked exhausted. There were more or less injuries on their bodies, with Hua Qing Sai having the most serious injuries. She seemed to have suffered internal injuries as her face was completely pale. At this moment, Thousand Leaves sect was facing its greatest crisis in history. Vice Sect Master Shi Kangying had betrayed them and collaborated with Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master Qiu Ziyi to break through Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array in one fell swoop, killing over 1,000 disciples. Yi Hen led several elders to face the enemy head-on, but they were outnumbered. Some died while others were injured. The sect's disciples who could escape also escaped, while those who couldn't were killed or captured. In just half a day, the entire sect had become a ghost town. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in Thousand Leaves Mountain, and countless bones were buried. Even Hua Qing Sai and the others were involved. Although Hua Qing Sai had touched upon Emperor intent, there was still a large gap between her and Qiu Ziyi. After a great battle, Hua Qing Sai was lucky enough to survive. With Yi Jinghan's help, she brought Kai Yu and the others to hide in this nameless valley. This place had become Thousand Leaves sect's last fortress. Outside the valley, with Qiu Ziyi at the head, the masters of the various sects had gathered and were glaring at the valley. "Is this your esteemed sect's forbidden area?" Qiu Ziyi stood outside the valley with his hands behind his back, coldly looking ahead as he asked. His complexion was not as ruddy as before. Although he had the absolute advantage in the battle with Hua Qing Sai, he never expected that a mere third-order Dao source realm would almost injure him. That woman was no ordinary cultivator. She most likely came from a top sect, or else she wouldn't have such a powerful background. If there was anyone Qiu Ziyi was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qing Sai. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't, but in this situation, he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So, he led his people to this place but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So, he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Shi Kangying put on a flattering smile and bowed, reporting to Palace Lord Chiu, "This is indeed our sect's forbidden area. 4 generations, no one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here. Not even you." Qiu Ziyi glanced at Shi Kangying indifferently. Shi Kangying said embarrassedly, "I've never entered." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,